Mm-hmm.
Okay, I am turning my stream on just so that if any fun hardcore moments happen, I can make
Get,
a quick
get,
video.
you can
Whew.
giggle about it while you're making a video. You mean your lead? Your lead. You got to change it.
Um, boom, boom, boom.
Whispers. I don't even take a chance. I don't know if only opening it on T4 or actually getting it from the Tree of Whispers on T4. I don't take the chance. I get it from the tree at T4 and I open it on T4. Well, they're all shit choices, so I guess we'll go with that shit choice. Went with the rings. Did I get? I got some more manuals though. Finally, excellent. I got 4 more manuals. That's always a good thing. Go back to Sirgar.
Oh, hello.
So, earlier today,
Yeah.
I forgot rule number 1 about
Oh boy.
hardcore.
Yeah.
I had a sphincter tightening moment where you could not have pulled the needle out of my ass.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah.
I was at T1, or no, I was on normal. It was way early, and I can't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was going to go ride, and I had switched it to T4 for Tree of Whispers, and let's just say things did not go. It
Oh
didn't
dear
go
God.
poorly. It did not go poorly. Did not go poorly. I managed to pour it out before anything happened, but I was riding around the countryside on T4 when I should have been in normal mode. It was right
See,
after
this is
it.
why.
It was
Okay.
scary. It was
Yeah.
scary.
Oh, I bet it was very scary. This is why we max our armor and our home res.
Oh, you're gonna love this. You're absolutely going to fucking die over this.
Did you
Hold
get
on.
something good?
I got something smoking fucking hot.
Oh, link it up.
Oh,
Oh, you did link
it's
it up.
mm-hmm.
Dex, armor, chance to make bomb. Huh.
Now I can roll
Okay.
the chance to make bomb out, but the armor and the dexterity, I can roll the lucky hit off to whatever health.
Do you even need the chance to make bomb?
Um, he does do a lot of volume damage. I will admit he's kind of a well-rounded guy, but really and truthfully, I think it's overpower that you really want, not volume. I can roll overpower on them, but you got to admit they're still sexy at 3 GA.
I'm soaking it in. I'm soaking in how sexy it is. If that's like Biz, as it is, it's insane. But it's still really good. It's still very good. That is honestly that right. Okay, so real talk. You throw that on. Uh,
The only thing I'll have to worry about is resistance at that point.
yep. Do you have? Do you
Now,
not have? Sorry, your profile hasn't updated for me. It's only showing 8% resist gems in your jewelry, and it's showing your banished lords without a socket. Have you upgraded that stuff yet?
first of all, I don't have any shattered prisms. And did you? Are you seeing Juggernaut's helm on me?
No, your helm has updated. It's not tempered, but
Okay,
it
hold
is.
on.
It is Juggernaut. It is Juggernaut. Sorry, I thought you said Godslayer. It's
So I'm at max cap for armor on, but with the Shaco, losing that armor on the Shaco and those gloves will offset the loss of the armor from the Shaco
what's your
versus the Juggernaut helm. So hold on a second. Let me just check. Let me double check. Let me log out real quick so I can get a true sense without any buffs on. Let's see where we're at here. No, we need T4. I want to see where we're at on T4. Hold on.
Oh, sorry, I switched characters.
Okay. So on T4 with the Shaco on and those gloves, which have no masterwork, no whatever, I'm at 611 armor. So if I do the percentage to armor, that'll bring me up over the cap. I won't even have to put um, I won't even have to put any masterworking on the. If I need to, I can put a masterwork on armor one time for the Harlequin if I need to bring it up over 1,000. But let's see where we're at now. Oh, that's so much better on the resist. Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting the Woody.
Well,
Uh,
that's good. That's
on the
great.
on, I'm at 611 armor, and my resistances are 69.5 is the top, a couple of 52s, and a couple of 47s. So I'm getting there. I'm getting close.
Okay,
So
so the number one thing you need is some undercities.
um, the number one thing I need to do is go get this resist all that I have in my Paragon board real quick.
All right,
It told me not to do it just yet, but I think I should. Where is it?
I'm gonna run a couple of tributes of refinement because we could both use the Opticite, and if I don't fuck this up again, I'll remember to invite you in with the last room, and then that'll be 8 all res on your amulet.
Oh, I did get a better amulet when we went and ran Belial. Sexy for my car. Sexy to my car by far.
Oh God, are you saying cock? Too sexy for your cock?
Car.
It's not what I heard. It's not what I heard.
Shit. No wonder my resistance is so high. I'm not wearing my beats ball boots. And those yens. That won't work. Can't get no love, can I? And that dropped me right back down in the shitter. Into the negatives.
Of all res?
Yep. All but one is in the, excuse me, all but 2 are in the negative column. Those yens really gave me a huge boost in resistance to all. 51 points, 52 points. God damn it.
I would just throw the yens back on until you've got that squared away.
I'm thinking exactly that. Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit hard enough.
Yep.
For most T3 content, regardless. And of course, I'm hoping to get a better pair of boots. So I'm going to keep that.
Ideally, we could speed farm. We could start speed farming stuff if you can just survive it.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, I'm at 611, and if I roll, let me see. Let me check something out real quick. Yeah. Okay. Expected Juggernaut.
Oh, I also thought about something. If you need materials, we could, in theory, run by lower boss mats. Like, not in Daryl or Hatred, but the other stuff. And just farm them for, like, availed crystals. Because you just need to salvage a ton of shit. So if we run out of husks, we can also do that. Alright, I'm about to be at the last floor and ready for you to pour it in on me.
Okay.
Okay, safe to port in.
Running. I was going to try to put Juggernaut on the gloves. I don't know if it'll let me put it on there. I'm here.
Sorry, I was messaging someone.
No problem. I mean, my resist with those Juggernaut boots, the yens on, isn't bad. I mean, I'm in the 50s at the lowest with the yens on, which means on T4, it must mean that I'm just a hair's breadth from going when I put the beast fall boots on.
Yeah.
A couple of them are negative, but they're like negative 1.2. So I'm just a hair from crossing over that line. But with the yens, it puts those at 50. So it may just be something. I mean, the biggest thing on the beast fall boots is using a cooldown restores energy, and the ultimate skills your core next core skills consume, and all the ultimate stuff. I mean, there's a lot on there. Don't get me wrong. I'm losing a lot of power with this, but still, for farming below my level for right now, like you said, I just need to be able to survive this shit. Not necessarily need to be able to whack them in the head yet. I wonder if I can put Juggernaut on the gloves.
Uh, doubt it, but worth testing. I'm pretty sure that that is helm, chest, and legs only. That's one of the tug of wars. Is that once you get
Mm.
really, uh, once you get a unique in those three slots, you struggle with defense in other areas. Oh, how close are you to crafting your starless?
I literally have nothing for it yet.
Um, hmm, that's gonna be 6 if you craft it. How many
And
do you
the
have at the moment?
none. The only I had I put in my let's see my chest piece for my snapshot, my glyph word.
Let's drop it down to T1, and I'm gonna go kill Hatred.
Okay. Why are we dropping it to T1?
Um, I don't have enough defenses on the road to do Hatred safely. I have to do a lot more testing. So we're just gonna kill him for whispers.
Okay.
Alright, it should be safe for you to port.
We're getting there. I'm getting there. I'll max capped on resisting armor in here for sure.
Okay, I'm pulling him. If you get sucked in, you'll probably be safe. Obviously, try and dodge, but
Huh?
watch out for the dogs that come out of the fresh portals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We waiting to see if you want me to open. Well, can't open it. I don't have them on me.
I mean, it's only tier 1. It's kind of a waste of mats.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably be comfortable spamming him on T3. I'm gonna go to the Whispers and then back to Undercity.
Ah, I got something. I got a YOM legendary rune. My legendary rune's back up to a 1 count. Yay! I haven't used that. Oh, I got enough to put oh, do I want to waste it on that? No, I want to wait. I want to put it on my shaker. Got 2 scattered prisms or whatever it is. Okay. Okay. And unstock it. I definitely plan on trying some other glyph work this season. Just to see what I can get away with. Try to figure out what is what's what, so to speak.
Alright, I'm on floor 2.
Starting or finishing?
I'm just starting floor 2.
Okay. Give me time to try to do a quick math work on that hammer. And maybe Doombringer as well. Maybe I get lucky. Yeah, max life on the Doombringer.
Alright, I'm starting floor 3. This will be a quick floor. Alright.
Okay.
It's safe to port.
I'm in. got my armor up to. I hit the armor on the Shaco. So got my armor up to almost 800.
Alright, it's safe to loot the boss.
You sound like one of those guys. Okay, and you do this, and you do that, and Bob's your uncle.
So there's a leadership trick that even a lot of veteran leaders don't know. If you give people a command, they will do, and they trust you, they will do exactly what you tell them to do. So if you tell them move north 10 yards, they will do it without hesitation. But if your directions are confusing, but people will do exactly what you tell them to do. So if there's any ambiguity to what you say, then you won't get the results you want because you didn't clarify simply what what you're trying to accomplish. So
Right.
it makes it very efficient. Like when you're with a group of people that trust each other, it makes it very efficient. And so you don't. What ends up happening is you don't have to expend mental bandwidth thinking about if the direction is simple, you don't have to spend bandwidth. You can focus on what you're doing and just follow the direction, and it ends up making everything very efficient.
Gotcha.
I love when I have someone who gets that because it makes playing games much easier for me, and I can focus on other stuff. And as long as I follow the direction, good to go. Sorry, I got a case of the Sienna, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go kill Belial. Now let me explain why Belial is so important for us to kill.
I accidentally scrapped that 3GA fucking sword.
Oh. Which 3GA sword?
The one that I said was sick. The 3GA I got from the Ash. So I'm not a happy camper right now.
Gotcha. Okay.
Not when it comes to that. Okay, I'm confused about something. I went around today and unlocked all these fucking waypoints, and now they're all locked up again.
It's because my rogue hasn't unlocked them, and we're on my world state. If you want, I can just promote you to leader, and then they'll all be all unlocked.
It don't matter. What are we doing now?
Undercity, I'm on floor 3.
Okay.
It'll be okay.
And like my dog.
Oh.
She'll sit in my lap, and when she wants to lick it, she goes. And when I don't. It's so cute when she does it.
Okay, safety port.
I'm just pissed off I scrapped that sword.
They're there. They're there.
It was so sexy though.
I've been there before. Last season I don't remember what mythic I accidentally scrapped, but I scrapped a multi-GA mythic that I did not intend to. Well here, there's a present for you.
What you get me? What you got me? What you got? Yes, that's definitely an upgrade.
Go ahead and save it so you don't scrap it.
I did say that sword. I'm telling you, I put the marker on it.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, I looked in the box. I could have swore I put it in a damn box, but make sure I didn't put it in another tab or something. No, I scrapped it on accident. Motherfucker. That would have been so cool. Knock the foam out, put overpower or something more useful than foam.
Well, there's been quite a few of those this season, so. Oh, I didn't think to ask you what kind of GA regular gear you want or need. But there's a lot of those. We'll probably find some for sale at the very least.
Build calls for overpower as much as you can get, so. But I mean, it does a mixed bag. There's a lot of crit strike numbers, overpower, and a decent amount. When I say a decent amount, like 500 vulnerable damage. There's some stuff on the Paragon board for all three of those, so. That gives you this. Nope, no more scattered prisoners yet.
You're getting a decent amount of prisms from this, though, right?
From Undercity, I'm not getting any.
Oh, it says that they maybe have to scrap the stuff from here.
Done that too, but I'm getting Forgotten Soul with a few of them and Veiled Crystals.
And Opticite. How much Opticite are you up to?
57, call it 5,800.
It's not bad.
It does say it comes from Undercity, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For the scattered prisms. Maybe you actually have to run it to get it. It may be one of those things.
I bet it just comes from the shit you scrap, so it might not be 100% chance.
I know you can get them in. I'll just go run a bunch of nightmare dungeons whenever, we part ways.
Oh, if you want to do a Nightmare Dungeons, I am 100% down to switch to those.
Well, we'd have to drop it down T level, though.
Well, can you survive T4? Oh, it's safe to port to me?
Okay. Let's do a T3 first and see how I handle it. The only thing is survivability is one thing, but if I go in and we're running around, if I get separated from you in any way, I want to at least be able to defend myself to some degree. So.
I am going to salvage my inventory and see what that does.
I don't think I've ever gotten a scattered prison from salvage, to be honest with you. I don't believe I have.
I kind of want to throw on my ring and my sword. I don't know how that breaks the build.
But if we drop down to 3T, I for sure am capped on resistance and armor. So I'm at almost 800 armor, and I'm at 51 to 56 and 70 on resist. That would definitely do that. I almost wish I could run Terrell's Might. Oh, well, I don't need Terrell's Might with this build, do I? It's unfucking killable for the most part.
I don't
For
think
the
you
most part.
do.
No, I don't think it. I mean, you sit there and see me take everything little T4 can offer me, and I just one second. I'll get there. I get there. Just need a little bit more. Just need a little bit more time, mister. Just a little bit more time. I pay you back. I promise. What are we doing? Who is that?
This guy opened an Undercity, so I'm gonna run it really quick. He didn't want to wait for you, which is kind of silly because it's still faster just to wait at the boss.
When you get close to well, never mind. How are y'all running together when he's not in a group?
He opened it, so the portal's open. So I'm gonna finish it.
Okay. Well, that's weird. Why is the portal open if he's not in a group?
He joined. I told him the rules after he had opened, so he left. So the portal's open.
Okay.
So I got a free refinement. I mean, I get why he was like that, but it was silly because he's still getting my free refinements, and I'm going quick.
So let me ask you something.
Okay.
Would you consider me slow, or do I respect people's time and I'll move as quickly as I can?
It depends. I would say
that was a trick question, and you failed. Mega fucking fail.
No. Sometimes you're the fastest one, but when you're focusing on a side project,
I never do master work when we're doing runs, really, unless it's like what I'm doing right now. I've seen everybody and their uncle go, well, let me do this master work real quick on this piece of gear. And 10 minutes later, we're still waiting on pit runs, including you.
Your question wasn't about me or others. Your question was about you. So if you want to ask me that question about Fiaz, who was with us the other day, he is faster than me. Some of the friends we play with, like I'm not gonna pretend that I can't be a slowpoke, and but I try and tailor my slowpoke. By the way, it's safe to port on me. I try and tailor my slowpokishness based on who I'm running with. There's friends on my friend.
I just don't. I try to be respectful to everybody, but there are guys that just want to speed through everything, and I understand that. I try to be as respectful as I possibly can and move as quickly as I can. I don't do any master work or tempering when we're doing pit runs or anything else. I don't do any of that stuff ever. The only time I did it on this while we're doing Undercity, because you don't need me in the room for me to get anything. You're just going to run it anyway. I can't be of any help, so I might as well do something that benefits my character while you're doing that. But when you do pit runs or anything else, and I need to be physically in the dungeon with you, or whatever, like I could sit outside until you literally, I don't know. I see guys that go do pit runs in a group, and then one guy just kind of peels off. Let me do this master working real quick, or they don't say anything at all and just go do it, and they're holding up the whole group. For boss runs, when we're doing boss kills, farming, I see people doing it. They don't show up for 5 minutes and I was doing a little master working, or I had to fix this on this piece of gear.
So there's an uns there's an unspoken etiquette to that. So if you're doing boss runs and someone takes more than X amount of seconds, you could ask them if they're ready. You can also just summon the boss and um, just type like not safe and just do a round of bossing. And so if someone is going to sit in town and masterwork, um, I
I
so
understand.
the
You
first
understand what I'm
wave.
saying, though. You
I,
understand what I'm
I
saying, though.
I do. There's layers of nuance to it. So like Infernal Horde, is it polite to wait for a 10-wave horde? It is, but there's a point at which you can just start it, and the person who's holding up the group should understand that they're holding up the group, and the group might not wait for them. And if they want to start, plus the first two waves of Infernal Horde aren't that big of a deal. You're only
No,
missing
they're
out
not.
on like
What,
40
70
ether,
maybe?
and
Yeah, maybe.
you're not gonna boost the stuff. There's not enough shit in there spawning that you're gonna boost the score that significantly by being present or
Hmm.
absent, if at all. So and if it's your materials, let's say you're opening. Uh, this is a trick I'll do. People like to go, go, go. So if someone's trying to open something up, I just say yes. You don't. If you want to stay in town and masterwork, that's fine. Just don't uh, make them wait. So if someone wants to run a nightmare dungeon, just say yes so they can go do the nightmare dungeon. Maybe you join halfway through, maybe you don't, but then they get to play the game. What you don't want to avoid is forcing others to stand around in time and wait for you. So like if we're blasting pits, and as long as you've spent everything inside and um, you don't have any more glyphs, and there's less than 10 pieces of loot on the ground, and your overflow stash is empty, you can just hit yes to the new pit, let them start it. You are maximizing your efficiency by letting them go, and um, you're not losing a whole lot. Does that make sense?
It does, and like I said, the main ones that really drive me crazy are the ones that you're blasting through pits or whatnot, and they won't communicate. Hey, give me a minute. Give me 2 minutes. Whatever. Um, or especially the ones that are on comms. I tell you who's the worst at it, and that's Tim. Tim will be blasting through hordes or pits or whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. If he gets a wild hair up his ass or he gets a piece of gear that benefits him, you can count on the next 10 minutes he won't be available for anything, and he won't say anything. He won't tell you. You're just waiting on him. I thought we were doing this, and he won't tell you that he needs a couple of minutes. That drives me absolutely batshit.
Um, if you need him for activities or he's not clicking except for activities, you just so soft. You have to. Softcore is a little bit different from hardcore. Um,
Yes.
the I would consider a lot of people on softcore not intentionally rude, but ignorant. It doesn't necessarily excuse their rudeness. It merely explains it. People on hardcore don't communicate a lot because here's my best analogy. Softcore is like being uh, a, a police officer or like a private in the military. Hardcore is like being special forces. People on hardcore are just built different and trained different, so there's just an understanding of efficiency. So they don't communicate a ton like they do on softcore.
Mm-hmm.
You all of my friends, there's like a vibe check. I've never had any formal conversation about what the expectations of the group is with them. I just know, like, pick up on who they are, and sometimes based on the small amounts of conversation that I have with them, I have an idea of what they're expecting. So there are some friends who don't care when I was doing 5 or 6 um, Belial before, or sorry, Duriel last season before we go to town. But I had, a couple of friends who are like, why aren't we doing 5? And that's because they've got that habit built up. They know every single 5 you're going to town. And part of that is because people carry 3 to 6 items in their inventory because their stash is full. We ran into a guy on softcore this season who could only do 2 runs of Belial because he had so much shit in his stash in his inventory that he needed to offload and sell. He literally did not have room for a 3rd set of Belial. So you sort of just, pick up on that. But when you talk to him about what he did last season, he farmed 500,000 Opticide. He rolled about 6 to 12 shrouds and perditions. This is the kind of person who goes through, who's going for multi-GA mythic uniques and farms a lot. He has an idea of efficiency. He has an idea of economy. He's a little bit he's sort of chill.
Mm-hmm.
At least on softcore. When you get to hardcore, some of the guys have a stick up their butt, and I mean, maybe that's not fair to call to put it just like that. But he the expectation with him on softcore is that there's gonna I don't know. He was pretty chill. He was just happy to do whatever. He wasn't min-maxing efficiency. On hardcore, a lot of these guys work 60 to 80-hour weeks. They only get a few moments to play Diablo, and they play on hardcore for 1, the challenge, and 2, to get away from all the stupidness on softcore. So they're going to want to maximize efficiency. They've all studied efficiency guides. They've all figured out the most efficient way to do stuff. And so they're used to playing with people who also have that level of efficiency and to an extent level of accountability, right? Because when you do challenging content, no one's responsible for you living or dying except you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in a sticky situation, there are people that are using you for to further their character, and whether you live or die, they don't care. And some of them actually prefer to watch people die to stupidity and just save a clip or save the recording or what have you. So, but there's other people who, if
Are you saying they beat off to it later? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
100%.
Oh,
Not. I haven't run into a ton of them, but absolutely, there's this section. Part of it is pride and ego, and not their pride and ego. They're people in hardcore don't like when people come to hardcore and stumble around like an idiot, don't understand the mechanics and like what they can survive and what they can and can't survive. So,
well, I mean, I think I hope you would agree that when I came over here last season, it wasn't a question of I didn't understand the mechanics of the game. I just wasn't prepared for that mindset where you have to be very, very cautious about how you approach things in this game on the hardcore side. So.
well, and one of the interesting things is that a lot of my hardcore friends are way more chill on softcore. Like part of it is the environment, part of it is the character they're playing. Dude, Death Trap Rogue makes Duriel a joke.
Mm-hmm. That is for sure.
Like this, the easiness of this boss compared to my Blood Rave Necro, where it takes me 20 seconds to Blood Wave each of the ads in the intermission phase, is insane. This is only Torment 1, by the way.
I know, but 4GA gear can still drop out of here, so. And we may still get Baby Belial. Hold on.
Yeah, don't pour it out yet.
Mm-hmm. We're waiting on Baby Belial. Nope. And Whisper Tree it is. Oh, wait a minute. We got to go to T4 first before I do that.
Oh, good catch. I'm in Saragar.
Right behind you.
So, honestly, again, to answer your question, sometimes you are the fastest, sometimes not. And, I'm respectful of that, but if people want to keep blasting and opening up stuff, one, it's nice to have the survivability to just port on them because the odds of you, well, Undercity can be tricky. If they're on the floor, if you wait too long and they get the floor 2 last brazier, there's a risk for death there. But if they're on floor 1 or 3, you have a grace period in which you can just enter willy-nilly and be fine. But if someone wants to open a pit or someone wants to open a nightmare dungeon, I will usually say yes, even if I have to do something else so that I'm not holding them up. They can keep going.
I'm just saying sometimes my biggest thing is communication. If you don't communicate with people, you're not going to be able to mesh and gel together. And depending on whatever your play style is, doesn't matter if it's relaxed and nobody cares. You spend half an hour doing master work. You just need to communicate what you're doing. Hey, I'm going to go do some master working real quick before we continue. Just let us know. I don't mind that. I'm just saying, I see a lot of people, they just don't say nothing. They just go start master working because they think it's going to be 1 or 2 minutes. And then 10 minutes later, you're like, you still in? Are you still online? What's up? So, and the other thing is, I can't stand people. I mean, you got a keyboard, you type fast. I can't stand people that want to have long conversations with me with the keyboard, um, and don't want to get on headset. I mean, that's just my own pet peeve, but you know,
Honestly, just learning to type voice, um, or PS5 voice. A lot of the people you're probably communicating with are on console, and most PC gamers don't.
what are we? Why are we doing Nightmare Dungeon? I can't survive in.
Oh, I thought you had your survivability up.
I'm at 800 armor. We're on T4, so I mean, my resistances are in the 50s.
My bad.
I mean, I can. We drop it down to a T3. I can survive that all day long. I just can't do. I can't snapshot without those beast fall boots. Like I said, I'd be able to survive. I just wouldn't be worth a damn when it came to doing any damage.
So the difference between T3 and T4 for a Nightmare Dungeon is significant. I can always just port on top of you. Um, I think we'll have a high chance of getting the resource if you can get your armor and your all res max. Then we can farm the because you still can't socket your beast lords, right?
I can't socket anything really now. I used the last two that we got from doing whatever to do my helm, so I can put my glyph lords in there. But I, like I was telling you, snapshot. I think it's a combination of things. You have the right combination, and you can snapshot. So, like, if I put my beast fall boots on right now, I can snapshot, but I lose all that resistance. I don't know. It's all good. Whatever we're gonna do, I don't care. If you go,
Do you have a non? Do you have
you
a
can go
non?
run. You can go run the nightmare dungeon. I can just go back and clean up behind you, kind of like we do in the pit. You clean out the beginning area, and I'll pour it in, and then I'll just run behind you once you clear it. So
Is that beast fall handicapping you? Can you if you have some other amulet, can you just socket it? With
that's
also,
the boots, the beast fall boots. The
oh,
yens are
sorry,
the yens are handicapping me right now.
You're banished. Is that it? With the yens, you can survive. You're at max all res.
Well, not on T3. I'm max all res. On T4, not yet.
Is your banish? Why can you put a socket in your banish lords?
No, I'm out of shattered prisms. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure I'm out of it. Yeah, I'm out. 0. Zilch, nada. Man, everybody is sell right now.
If you pop an incense, does that cap your armor and your all res? And can you masterwork your yens? Because that'll get your all res up as well.
It won't. All I'm trying to say is, if I wear the yens,
No, I get that.
I have no offense, only defense.
I know, but that's a good problem to have.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on that, because if for any reason something's beating on me, I can't fight back.
Well,
all I can do is run.
But you shouldn't fight anything. You should just run. I'm probably going to annihilate everything. So if you can just survive, then because it's going to be a while before. Also, did you equip that ring, that all res ring I gave you?
Not yet, because I have on the ring. Let's see. Actually, I can take that one off. Well, that's going to handicap me even further. Where am I at?
Be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. Um. Okay, let me open up my profile and show you what I did. So, I'm not an expert at this build, but Fiz was playing with like 20 all res on his Death Trap rogue when we first started, and he was speedrunning T4. I'm not advocating that, but what I'm doing,
Fuck.
what?
I'm just so frustrated right now. It's not even fucking funny.
So if you look at my profile, I have Shadow Res on my gloves, Lightning Res on my one ring, Shadow Res on the second ring, that's probably too much, and Cold Res on my amulet.
Yeah,
Um,
I thought about that too, and it would bring my resistance it up, but I'd lose out. What you're losing out on is all your firepower.
no, you're not.
That,
No,
I'm sorry, I disagree with you. You lose out on all your fucking firepower when you do that because your death trap cooldown. How do you think I can snapshot? You can't snapshot because you don't have anything to help you snapshot. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You
when my
you
I
your defense on this build is with your ability to snapshot. By snapshot, and that's how I can stand right in Lilith's path, and she does no damage to me. Is because I snapshot. My build works because when I'm firing on all cylinders with that death trap, nothing can do enough harm to me to even make a real dent. You're worried about. I'm talking about resistances, armor, all that shit doesn't mean a damn thing if you're snapshotting. It doesn't matter how low you are. But if you're not snapshotting, it does you're going to get killed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You keep focusing on all this
oh,
defense
so
and
you can't spam dash if you don't have beast falls on.
I don't need dash to make it work. That's what I'm trying to tell you is my build doesn't require dash, doesn't require shadow step, nothing. You've seen it. You've sat there and seen me stand in the middle of a room and just decimate Lilith when you thought a lot of those things were one shot mechanics, and they're not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're so focused on, and I understand from this side, from the hardcore side, survival is everything. But I don't need it to survive if I have my snapshot. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And you keep trying to pawn off all this defense on me. All I got to do is get to the point where I'm snapshotting and I got decent res and decent armor. That's it. And I can't be killed no matter what I do. It's all offense. So, and I don't think you know, when you come from, when you do your, I don't know if it's that way on the blood wave or not, but over on the death trap rogue, it's all about offense. Offense keeps you alive, keeps you constantly healed, keeps your resource constantly topped off. Nothing can harm you. It doesn't matter if it's acid, lightning, anything. You just can't die because of it.
So Lilith is like a pit 90 or a pit 100.
Mm-hmm.
Undercity is a pit 55. Uh,
Okay.
T7 or T4. Nightmare Dungeon is a pit 55.
I
Um,
mean, don't get me wrong. I can't roll up in like a I couldn't roll up into an undercity right now with on T4 if I put my beastfall boots on with as low as they are and all that shit. I couldn't roll up in there because it's. But when I'm close to capping out on armor and I'm close to capping out on resistance, nothing can touch me as long as I'm snapshotting. And when I got my snapshot going, As long as my snapshot doesn't get broken for too long, like say 3 or 4 seconds, if my snapshot breaks and I just reinitiate it, I don't lose those resistances. I don't lose that defensiveness.
So
I literally have to lose my death trap for like 3 or 4 seconds before they can even touch me. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I guess I just don't understand what exactly you're talking about when you say your snapshot.
Okay, you've seen me snapshot, right?
Where, I mean,
You sit there and watch me in a little where I'm constantly snapshot. It's in constant snapshot, right? You've watched it.
so how much health do you have on softcore? 50k?
Like I think yes, 48. I think is what I have.
So I have 12k. I
Right.
was running,
That
I
that.
was, so
Go
when
ahead.
you say snapshot, do you just mean your trap has no cooldown?
No, it's snapshots. I mean all everything every button I'm holding down is constantly uh doing that glitch thing on your skills board where you go whatever it is, the cooldown reset lights and stuff on your they're constantly going off whenever I snapshot. It's a true snapshot. It's just not the way most people snapshot. It's just the way I do it is completely different, I think, than most people would try to do it. Most people go, you hit this skill, you hit that skill, and then hold that button down and it snapshot. That's not the way I do it. I actually hold at least two buttons down to get it started. And let's say I'm holding down Twisted Blades and I'm holding down Death Trap, right? That starts my snapshot. It'll hold a snapshot doing that, right? So um, I can once, let's say for the first 2 seconds, I got to hold Twisting Blades down, okay? To get it to start really da 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 da. Once it's doing that, I can let off the Twisting Blades. Snapshots activated. It's all I got to do is hold down Death Trap, and it will Death Trap. The other things I use like oh what the heck uh, the imbuement and concealment or whatever it
I tell
is.
you what, let's just go to do T3. I really don't. It's really aggravating to have to farm on T3 when I can just carry us both on T4. But let's just go to do
How
T3
how can
until
you
you're
carry
happy.
me on? How can you carry me on T4?
I've just been soloing Undercities with you in the game. What,
I
like,
haven't been in. Okay, Ray, buddy, you're comparing apples to oranges. Okay, first of all, I didn't fight anything in the Undercity. You did all that, and all I did was watch. So when you do a nightmare dungeon, I have to physically be in the dungeon to get any of the loot.
well, why do you have to stop and fight anything? Why can't you just run
It's not a
along?
question of that. What if you miss one or two bosses, or even trash mobs? What if you miss a trash mob and
So
I get
you,
caught up, or they trap me, or whatever, and you're too far ahead of me because I know how you run, Wraith. You run full out, full tilt boogie, and you don't give a shit if there's a side passage that's missing something. So all it takes is me aggroing one of them, and I'm dead. That's what you're not getting. And if I had my snapshot, sure, I could defend myself and provide defense, but not with my resistance and armor this low.
all right. So for on T3, you can do beast balls.
No, that's what I'm telling you right now. Yens is the only thing keeping me out of the negative column on anything.
So
So on
okay, well
T3,
tell me what you want to run, and we'll just do that.
it, buddy, I'm just saying, like right now. Let's see.
So
Apply resist.
here's my frustration. I want you to have your beast balls on. I want you to have a pair of gloves with armor and all res. You don't
And I
need. dexterity on them. I want you to have a ring with all
Would
res
you
and
consider
max.
would you consider me ignorant in this game?
Let me say my
Because
let me say my hold on. Let me say my
okay, go
piece.
ahead. Okay,
You don't need a Banish Lords. You don't need a Godslayer. You don't even need a Harlequin's Crest. With your rings and your gloves, you can roll wear Scoundrels, Eyes, and Bees, and get enough and your amulet without a Banish Lord. You could wear a GA armor amulet. You could wear a pair of gloves and 2 rings. You could
and I
do
wouldn't be
not
able to
hold on,
snapshot
hold on. Why? Why does rolling
because
dexterity off
this
matter?
bill, I don't know which. That's what I'm trying to tell you. All these pieces of gear that I'm putting on, they create the situation where I can snapshot. I don't know which piece of gear if I take and switch to a legendary item will fuck my snapshot. I don't know which piece of gear does it. I'm not sure. All I know is it works. I know if I take the beast fall boots off, it doesn't work. I know if I take any change any of these
Okay,
pieces.
I think I figured it out. Okay. Your Banish Lords, this is what is triggering your snapshot. When you overpower with your Death Trap, that
Hmm.
reduces. There's something I was reading about Death Trap.
That's
If
what I'm trying to tell you. You remove one piece of this unique gear, just one piece of those four items, you can't snapshot.
well, I can. I don't. I've never worn.
Yeah, but
I
you
have.
told me you've never been able to do a continuous snapshot the way I do.
Um, that's fair, but I'm unkillable and I'm able to farm T4 just fine. So, um,
Right, right, buddy. Okay, you
hold
have
on.
one way of doing things.
I'm,
Wait, you said your piece. Let me say mine.
no, you interrupted me, and I was about to tell you what's triggering it. I know what is triggering your snapshot. So if you mouse over Death Trap, if you overpower with Death Trap, its cooldown is reduced by 5 seconds. With your Beast Lord's Talisman, whenever you spend 275 of your primary resource, your next core skill is guaranteed to overpower. Your Death Trap is a core skill, and I think it requires Beast Falls on it to become a core skill. But once your primary resource is over 275, every time you Death Trap, you're guaranteeing an overpower, and that's what's triggering um,
But
your
that does not
snapshot.
explain. That does not explain by changing out the ruin words. I can't snapshot. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I think it's multiple pieces and multiple things going on with the build that I have that creates the condition where I can snapshot. I've tried changing out the rune words for what they say I should have, and I cannot snapshot with it. So that's one aspect of it. Then you have the beast fall boots and the talisman. That's another aspect of being able to do what I do the way I do it. And what I'm trying to what I'm trying to explain to you, sometimes, Ray, you get this thing going where you need to do what I'm telling you to do. Your attitudes. You need to do what I tell you to do so you can go run with me. Instead of looking at it from their perspective, I need to help him out to get to what he wants to achieve. And you help me out a lot. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes you're very pushy about the way you want me to do it to satisfy what you want, not what I want, what you want. And this is a friendship. It's a give and take situation, and I put up with it a lot of times just because you know you're not bad about it, but you are like you need to do this and you need to do that, and I just follow behind and do what you tell me to do. But I'm telling you, I know this build inside and out. I know the Paragon board, I know the equipment, and I know what it takes to do the snapshot, and this is what it takes. Every time you make a change, you tell me to make a change and pressure me to make that change. I know it's killing my character and it's going to get me killed. And on
So
hardcore, If it were on softcore, I'd do all the changes you want and prove to you that it doesn't work.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine, but that still doesn't address the fact that it has taken you forever to get resistance and armor on your gloves and rings. And you can say all of that, but none of, like, you're saying
Your
that I
whole
can't.
goal.
Hold on,
Wait a
hold
minute.
on. I you just
Your whole goal is to get to T4 and run T4 content. That's you were like that last season, and you're like that this season. You're so hell bent on making sure that I can run T4 content. You doing it your way instead of my way, which is slower and steadier. I
hold
mean,
on, hold
that's
on.
really what it boils down
You
to.
you just had a long exposition. Now it's my turn.
Okay.
I am losing my mind. Your gloves and your rings do not change up the build. You can make that argument for the other pieces, but not for your gloves and your rings. All you need
Well, you
to
just
do,
told me to change the banished lords.
all
I'm
you need,
sorry.
all you need to, fine. The Banished Lords is part of it. I don't get why it's part of it for you and not for me. But what I do know is that you will.
Personally, I think it's
Hold
platinum.
on, hold on. I have no clue who this guy is, but he's on my friends list. Okay, he's gone. Okay, you will not put on a piece of gloves and rings that do not impact your snapshot whatsoever with purely defensive stats. And your reasoning is that you lose your firepower. You may lose your firepower
I
on
have I have the gloves on. I have the gloves with armor on right now. I have them on. I don't know what you're talking about. The rings, replaced the ring that I had with the ring that you gave me.
what
They help
so
my build. They help my build. Absolutely, hands down. I don't any of the legendaries. I have been in agreement 100% with you today.
so
Okay.
what two link me the two rings that you're wearing right now because profiles change.
Oh shit! I get so frustrated. Ugh. It's not with you. It's with me. I know that. All I'm trying to say, I know this build works the way I did it on the other side last season and this season.
I get that.
That's
And
one ring.
maybe
That's the one you gave me. Um, link, and that's the other one. Shit, wrong button. Now that's the
okay,
secondary best ring that I've found so far for this build,
that
and
ring
I was up. Mhm.
there's no defensive stat on it. Why? I like it does not need dex. It is excruciatingly painful for me to have to farm T3 and I'm happy to do it, but you're not even all you care about is this ring having the maximum amount of damage.
Dex,
The amount of resources we are losing by not farming T4 is absurd, and you like Dex is nothing. It's dodge. Why isn't Dex? I don't even care if Dex is intellect. I don't care if you hop on a Necromancer and roll the Dex into intellect. Why is there no all res? Why is there no resistance on that? And it's taken you a while to put on a pair of gloves that have armor and all res, and two rings that have all res or a resistance for one of your weak resistances, and your build, I want like it's just frustrating to watch rogues put on the three pieces and run around in all orange gear, and uh, they're uh, they're able to steamroll T4 without glyphs, without anything. And all they have to do is cap their defensives, and those three pieces.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm saying that I do it differently. But another part of it is the fact that when we group up together and you tell me do this and do that and do that with the legendary stuff, I can't do it that fast. And secondly, I don't have the resources to do it like that. I don't have all the resources and stuff yet. You got to remember, I've only played this guy. Let me see. I've only played him a couple of hours. Um, let me see how many hours I've played this guy. View profile. He's only got 12 hours, and a lot of that was just running around trying to gather resources so that I can uh, max cap my potions, my health potions to 60, and um, get my boss skills and stuff up, and all the other little things I've done. And I understand what you're saying. It's frustrating to you that you're already at T4 over here and I'm not, and that's my fault in a way. But when you rush me, I miss things like that one ring that doesn't have anything on it. I completely missed it. That's my fault.
Well,
But I can do this.
there's also duality to it.
I can do this right
When
here. I can
when
switch
you're when
the
you're
third ring
not
that I have that
when
uh,
you're not capping your armor and your auras and we kill Belial, I don't want to watch you die and have to deal with that simply because you refuse to because you think you have to have a snapshot working for Belial. You don't have to have a functional snapshot. You just have to be able to survive a hit until I kill him if you get dragged into the boss room.
and I'm trying to be respectful here by telling you I've never been dragged in there. You're telling me you've seen it done. I'm telling you I've never seen it. I've
I'm
never had it
okay.
happen to me,
I
and
am
it may have been a glitch you saw one time or two times
No,
or three times. It
this is
doesn't
what is
matter.
frustrating me. I have talked to so many of my friends on hardcore who have died, who have gotten dragged in. My own character got dragged into Belial. I have watched tons of rogues get dragged to where they weren't expecting to be, simply because of the way that Death Trap works this season. And it might not just be Death Trap. And I watched so many people died to Andorial last season and died to other Uber bosses last season because they don't function how you expect them. And you seem to think that because you've never seen Belial glitch out means that it's never going to happen. I forgot to cap my armor on my Necromancer on softcore, and I went and did Belial, and one of his abilities that normally doesn't touch me one-shot me on softcore because I made one mistake. These bosses
Hmm.
hit hard.
Agreed.
Doing them, you are gambling. You are risk every time you do anything on your rogue where your armor and your all res isn't max, you are risking death. And just like just like Duriel, you remember when your barbarian died last season on
Hmm.
Duriel because it ate two balls? That almost never happens. In in 2,000 kills, I never saw that happen a second time. It only takes once in 2,000 kills. Like, in this is the level of paranoia I live with on my own characters when I'm doing shit.
But you
I was buying Andy runs yesterday. The stupid Chinese farmer said it was safe. I poured in, he's at hatred, and there's trash mobs that he skipped. And it doesn't matter that they didn't aggro them. He didn't aggro them. My armor and my auras wasn't max, and I was trusting this guy, and he dropped the ball. And like, I have just seen so many dumb situations, and those situations can be you can manage that risk by maximizing your armor and maximizing your all res.
I understand what you're saying. I do. And what I'm telling you from my perspective, again, we have different play styles to some degree. This build requires the snapshot. The way I do it requires a certain amount of levels to be able to go into T4, and I'm not ready for that. No matter how you want to slice it or dice it, I can either sacrifice my offense or I can sacrifice my defense. And to me, it makes no sense to sacrifice my offense when that's what mostly keeps me alive whenever I go into these difficult situations. Secondly, you're a better player than I am. Mechanically speaking, you're a much better player than I am. I don't deny that even slightly. If I got sucked into Belial, I would freeze and he would kill me. It wouldn't matter what my all res, it wouldn't matter what my armor cap is, it wouldn't matter. I would probably not be able to take a hit even if they were capped, especially from that acid breath thing or whatever he does. I have died too many times on the softcore side when I was max capped and went in there and he hit me with that breath and I was dead. So my only defense, in my opinion, is my offense. Because once it's up and running, nothing can fucking touch me. So I understand what you're saying, but if I were to get sucked into that room with in the situation I'm in right now, and we did everything that you told me to do, and I went into Belial and accidentally got sucked in, he's gonna kill me, hands down. No, I don't believe for 1 second I could survive that. I won't be able to. I don't have the dexterity and the hand-eye coordination that you have to run around all those pools and get to one side to the. I don't have that. That's what you're missing. I'm doing what your game style play is a little different than mine. I agree with that. But you have to admit the last 2 seasons, it's all about getting to T4 and doing T4 content as fast as you can. I'm telling you, I don't think this character can survive that kind of speed doing it the way you're talking about. I understand what you're saying. You know, max this out, max that out, and we're good. But you cripple my offense, which is where all my defense is. So, and I don't think you see that because when you run your necro, your blood wave is not your defense. You have whatever, I don't know how much health, and you get the blood orbs and all that. You get all these other things that offset it, just like I do, but mine comes from the snapshot. And by crippling my snapshot, it completely makes this build worthless, and it's going to get me killed.
Okay. My only note is that you
Why don't
are
we do
not.
this? Look,
Oh,
look,
wait,
look,
wait,
look.
wait. I have.
Wait.
Come, one sec. My
Okay.
only note is that you are not guaranteed to die on Belial. If he sweeps the platform with his claw, or he melees you, you probably don't need your shot to survive it because it's physical. I do agree with you on the breath, but if your resists are capped, there's a chance that you survive. Um, you're probably right. You probably are dead, but like if at least your armor is capped, then there is a chance. And but it's not just
And
Belial. Let's say we're
we
doing.
don't take chances on hardcore. Remember, we don't take chances that we're not 100% certain we can survive on hardcore. That is the first thing you fucking told me in this game.
So are you
You
saying we
don't
should
take
stop?
chances.
Are you saying we should stop doing Belial until your build is up and running?
I I don't mind doing Belial, but I can't go into if I want to get Obdicite and the Scattered Souls, I have to do uh either I either have to do Horde or I have to do Nightmare Dungeon. That's the only way to get the Scatter Souls, and to get the other things to do the
Scattered
other stuff that
souls.
you're talking about, which is the Forgotten Souls and the Obdicite. Yeah, I can do it the way you're doing it. It's fine, but I'm not having to do any fighting. I feel like a lump of clay that's just
Oh,
sitting on the side when you do that shit. Uh,
um, well, I love.
because you don't want to lower you feel like you're wasting your time on T3 and T2 and T1. You're wasting your time.
Let's
Is it a
go.
waste of your time to run with your buddy? That's all it boils down to. Is it a
Uh,
waste of your time to run with your friend when it costs you nothing? It
um,
costs you absolutely nothing other than the fact that you can't max out your results.
come to the Merc Den. Let's see how many pale marks you have and what all you have unlocked.
I've got like
Because
300 pale marks is all I got so far, and I've only unlocked a couple of them. So I mean, I went over there earlier to try to get those damn to hit on scattered prisms, and it wouldn't pop up with
Uh,
what I had.
I think Prisms is the demon boy. Have you unlocked him?
No, you get it from here, and it pops up.
No, 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 no. You
There's a
need to.
scattered prism cache.
We'll buy it out then.
No, there's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't
Oh,
have.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't have. I've got 125. Even if I unlocked or went to the next page, I wouldn't have enough to do anything with. I don't have. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. You're looking at it from a perspective that you've done all this. You've done all the content. You've built up your resources. I haven't. I've only been playing this guy for a couple of hours.
Come over
I
to
don't have those resources.
Come over to LK and enlist him.
Okay.
What's his rep at?
0. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I've only got 2 that I've even
So
done anything with so far. It hasn't been enough time.
so you can gamble all you want at Feyera. You're never going to see a Shattered Prism until you get him up to, I think it's 7 or 8. He's
Right.
the one. He's the one who unlocks those. Also, by leveling him up, um, you
Well,
will
see, I
his.
didn't know. I did not know that only the scattered prisms are unlocked by Alkena or whatever it is.
I have no
I,
clue how to say his name. As soon and honestly,
Alkena.
as soon as he's max, we're gonna fucking throw him back. We're gonna throw him right back here.
Brother, I'm not. Again, I'm not trying to be
I
obstinate
I
or
better
anything
un,
else.
I better understand where you're coming from now. So if we do T3, um,
Look, all I'm trying to say is, first of all, it costs you nothing other than some of your. I know you want to maximize your time, but not everybody can play that way. Not everybody can play at the top level and always be able to do the way you do it because, buddy, you're a better player than I am. I don't deny that at all. I've seen you go and do the mechanics and dance all around that shit. I can't do that. Why do you think I like the death trap road? Because I can literally go into Lilith and say, come get some of this, bitch." I don't have to move. I don't have to fucking worry about mechanics. It's because I can't do it the way you do it. I can't dance around all those mechanics. I never have been able to. You may think I'm a good player, but I think I'm a good player because I'm a strategist. I strategize what I can and can't do and get to that point where I can do it. And I'm just telling you, I'm not there with this character on the hardcore side. It's gonna get me killed.
okay. Um,
So,
so what
let me
difficult?
ask you something. When those guys got sucked into Belial, were they outside fucking around with their death trap and they got sucked in? Is that what happened?
Um, Belial is usually an issue with the bridge, but it's also typically an issue with the death trap. But like last season, how many people died to Twilight Warding, and then Coyote? And who
Mm-hmm.
knows? Maybe Coyote lied to us. Maybe it was a pride thing, and he didn't want to tell us how bad he was. Um, but like most of the people that I knew that played hardcore last season, they're not even over here this season, and many of the ones that are have died. Hell, I've died twice over here. Um, Duriel has this ability where he eats you. He's eaten one of my characters and 2 of my friends, and he's eaten me on softcore. He's actually eaten me twice on softcore, and one time I was able to immune out of it with blood mist, but one time on hardcore I wasn't able to immune out of it with blood mist. And I've watched one time on I did him on T1 or T2 on softcore for whatever reason. I think I just wanted to do whispers real quick. He ate me and it didn't kill me, but I went through 6 potions on T2 to survive it. So like
I know what you're
I
talking about, my friend. I do.
so one of the one of the
Sorry.
reasons I made a video about all the bosses, and Dario and Hatred don't have one-shot mechanics. With enough defenses, you don't need a rogue to survive. Rogue obviously has way more survivability than Bloodwave this season, and my Necromancer probably could go do Hatred right now, but I just don't want to risk it. But with you don't even have a chance to survive some of these bad situations unless your armor or all res is max. And so
Right.
I want you to have several sets of gear. I want you to have a set of gear where we can go to Belial where your armor and your all res is max. And if I do Duriel or any of the other T4 bosses, you're at least in that
I
set,
know.
and so
And
that
I'm trying. I'm trying to get to that point, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to rush something that I don't think we should try to rush. With this build, um, ask me how many times I've died with my rogue on the other side in say the last week.
that's a great question. I don't know. I assumed your rogue was
None.
fairly immortal.
He is, but like I said, if I lose once I've got snapshot, yeah, I'm immortal. Once I start snapshot, I'm immortal. But
So here's what frustrates
getting to that
me.
point, I died a few times. I died a few times getting to that point, but once I got to that threshold where I was over the line, nothing could touch me. Not Lilith, not anybody. But my point is, I progressed. I took a couple of weeks and I progressed. You're trying to do this in one day. We're not even talking a day. We're talking 15 hours.
Well,
It's just not possible with this build.
hold
Not
on.
starting from scratch.
You didn't even want to max your armor on Belial, and if Belial pulls you in and he doesn't do his breath, he just hits you with his claw or sweeps the platform with his claw. You'll survive that if your armor is maxed. Yeah. So like you pick and
Respectfully, I'm
choose.
going to disagree. I'm going to disagree with you on that because I've done Belial on the other side. With his, I didn't do a T4 Belial on the other side till I was max res, max armor, and he killed me several times with it before I started my snapshot. So, respectfully, I'm going to agree to disagree on that one because I've seen him kill me when I was maxed out at like 1500 armor and maxed out on resistances, and he came down with that claw when I lost my snapshot for whatever reason, and he killed me hands down. The breath killed me. The claw killed me once. Um, the hand swipe across killed me. I think another time. But I was maxed out. I didn't go in there and try unless I was maxed out and well above on where I thought I should have been. But he killed me. Without that snapshot, he really has no defense. It doesn't matter what his fucking resistance is. It doesn't matter what his armor is. He's dead man. That's what I'm trying to tell you from my experience. And like I said, I think I know this build pretty damn well at this point. So,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, buddy. I'm just sitting there trying to say,
No,
you know that
I get. So
the way
I
you
get
know
it.
the necro. I believe I know the rogue, the death trap rogue. The way you know that blood wave necro is the way I believe I know the rogue. And
That is fair.
um, so when you come in here and tell me to do things like that, it seems rather disrespectful. You're like, just do this, and you'll be fine. And I know from my experience, he's a dead man if he gets hit. That's what I'm trying to impress upon you, is that I have hundreds of hours playing the rogue and hundreds of hours. I've got probably what, maybe 20 or 30 hours playing the necro. I defer to you every time on the necro. I don't know him
So
well enough to be proficient with him. And the second thing is, I've watched you dance around these mechanics. I've watched
yeah.
it, and you're exceptional. Your hand-eye coordination is off the charts. Maybe 20 or 30 years ago, I was that good, but I'm not that good anymore. So I have to compensate for that whenever the Death Trap rogue or the Whirlquake barb allows me to compensate for that lack of hand-eye coordination that I used to have. I used to be really good, but
Well, I think you
age.
still are.
I mean,
I
age alone has. Dude, you do realize I can't feel the last two fingers on either one of my hands. I
mm,
have that bad of nerve neuropathy.
I did not know
Uh,
that.
it's just from the diabetes, but the my pinky finger and the one next, I can't. My ring finger, I can't feel those. I mean, it's
Okay.
creeping further and further, but it's what I'm trying to express upon you. I don't have that level of gameplay that you have anymore. If I ever had it, to be honest with you, I think I was exceptional back in the day, 10, 15 years ago, but I don't think I am now. And that's why I had to find things. I had to find ways to offset that lack of ability with like the death trap rope, you know, and just be really good at making sure that snapshot's up so that I can survive.
Let's
Does that
go
make
do.
sense?
Let's go do T1 Sir. I get it. I hear you. What I will say is that if you're running zero armor, there is and you get sucked into Belial and he hits you with a melee, there is zero probability that you survive. You are guaranteed to die. But if you have max armor, it probably does depend on what ability he uses. You probably won't survive platform sweep, but you might survive one of his generic melees. And there is at least a chance that you will survive. It might be a 1% chance, but um, I'd save to port on you. By the way, this will be tier 1 Zol. My
But
my
brother,
thing.
why would I want to take that chance though? Is my
I'm not.
question. Why on the hardcore?
Well,
Yeah, on
that's well.
softcore, I take that chance every day.
Well, that's just my point. When we're farming Belial and your armor is at 0, and I've witnessed the bosses being stupid, and I've seen friends die, um, and I've experienced it myself. I know that if your armor
You're
is
giving me
0,
PTSD. You're giving me PTSD with this shit. You're trying. My PTSD from last season is kicking in.
good, good. If that means if that means you stop running around T4 with 0 armor, good.
Uh, and zero resistance. You forgot that part.
Now do you get why I want you to have that shit max?
Yeah, but I know it frustrates you. I really do know it frustrates you that I can't do T4
No, no,
subjects.
no. It doesn't
But
just. It doesn't frustrate me that you won't do T4. It frustrates me that. Careful, Belial's coming. It frustrates me that you won't take capping your armor and all res as the #1 priority. Because like even when I'm doing content where you don't air quote have to be involved, when you have 0 armor, if you get ported into the boss room, so most I don't even know every single mechanic that bosses have, but I know about the hidden mechanics that people don't know about. Lilith has damaging AoE mechanics that are very minute that the average person doesn't even know she does because they're either one-shotting her or their armor and their all-res is super high. I know that most bosses have some random AoE magic damage bullshit, or maybe it's physical, that if your armor and your all res isn't max, even if you don't see them doing a boss animation, it's
hmm
just random shit that comes out of nowhere that is not dodgeable. The only way you mitigate it is by having your stuff up. So, like,
I
um,
agree with you. I agree with you hands down. For any other build, I'm saying on this build, it's a no win scenario. If I don't have that death trap rolling,
okay,
then nothing is survivable, regardless of my armor. Or I've witnessed it. I've lived it. I'm telling you, Belial has killed me several times when I thought I was ready for him, or he does like when he does that little knockback. when he first starts out. Sometimes when you know he
Yeah.
does the main does the main knockback that knocks you down. Okay, I've gotten thrown off my rhythm before and not got my death trap rolling fast enough, and he swiped me. Max armor, max resistance, done. He killed me first shot, one shot at me every time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I from my experience on T4, as long as my death trap is going, I'm unstoppable. But even with max resist and max armor, it's not survivable in my opinion.
Okay.
Not any of it. Not any of his mechanics.
So let's come up with a gameplay on what you need. I think one of the biggest things is you masterworking your all res ring and landing at least
Mhm.
one hit on all res. Um, and I think that is going to be one of the primary ways we solve your resist issues. I think the other way we solve your resist issues is getting you a pair of gloves with armor and all res, and then socketing your your jewelry. And if we can get your armor maxed on T4 without having to do anything to jewelry, we can just use like ruby, topaz, emerald, sapphire, amethyst to get your resist max, and without having to run around with the ends on. So, what? Let's make your grocery list. What all you need to? Um, what is the lowest torment you're comfortable speed farming, and what all do you need to farm in order to be comfortable on T4?
To be honest with you, at
Yeah.
this point, I need everything except for the gloves. I mean, the gloves. I got 4 GA or 3 GA gloves that I can fix. Roll that lucky hit off and put resist on, or do tempering and put more resist on. And there's a lot of things I can do. I'm just telling you, I'm not there yet. You're trying to rush me to T4 when I'm telling you it takes step one, two, three, and four, and you're trying to get me to step four today. And I don't think it's possible.
So with the
I know the ring. I know the ring. Um,
what are your resists at? Hold on, let me switch to T4. So you're in town, right? Yeah.
yeah.
And we'll just go over what your resistant armor is at.
With my beast fall boots on. Let me see here. Armor's at 750. That's no buffs.
Or masterworking.
No, there's some master. There's a little
No,
bit of master
so
working, but it's wrong. I haven't had enough Obdicite or Forgotten Soul
if you
to do it up
mas-
right.
if you land a masterwork on armor on gloves, that should take care of your armor. And if it doesn't,
I agree with you.
all you have to do is 4 more levels on your gloves, and it's all set. So there's armor.
And I think, let me see here. If I'm not mistaken on the gloves, I can get resistance on the gloves from tempering, but I have no. See, you were poo pooing all over my rings about the tempers and stuff, but I have no scrolls of restoration. So when I bricked it on the first round, they're bricked until I get scrolls of restoration.
So
See what I'm saying?
we could just run a 6 wave forward and then 2 scrolls. We could do a
Let
10
me
wave
see.
though. One
Yes,
advantage to the 6 waves is that you can just get the scrolls super quick.
I thought there was resistance for the gloves on tempering, or maybe I
No,
don't have the rest, or maybe I don't have the that tempering recipe yet.
nope.
Again, I'm trying to.
That that temper is only for helm, chest, and legs.
Okay, so let me do this real quick. This will help a lot. So if I do enchantment on the gloves and switch it to
You don't need
the
the,
lucky hit,
yeah.
it gets. I mean, I got the coin and I've got the resources to do the enchanting.
Let's go over what all your resists are at. So what's five? What's the five resists at?
One more time.
What is your fire resist at?
We're on T4, right? So let me
Yep.
just read it off. Right now, as it stands with the Beast Fall boots on, my fire resist is at 30, lightning 30, cold 18, poison 23, and shadow 18. So they're all sub 30. But if I do the enchanting and get some more on my gloves here, come on, resist all.
Hmm. I have another 18 resistol ring chilling in my bank.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I could put 48 shadow resist on this and put 48 fire resist on the other, the ring, and but it still leaves a big gaping gap for two others.
Here, throw this on. Tell me what that brings your resistance to.
Okay. Um, which one doesn't have? That's the one you gave me earlier. So it's this one, and that brought so that brought it to 40, 40, 28, 33, and 38. If I put the diamond in it, which I need scattered prisms in order to slot it. Um, that's the only reason I was wearing that ring is because it had a slot. I didn't have to go put a slot in it, and I could throw a diamond in it and get 12 more resistance, or 8 more resistance. But bottom line is with that ring you just gave me, it would bring me up to 48, 48, 36, 30. Oh no, 41 and 36 with just a royal diamond. But I don't have the ability to slot it. I mean, we can bring up my resistance another 16 points by a slot in the Banished Lords and another slot in the ring. Would bring it up another 16 points. Or we can try to get some grand gems. That'd bring it up another, what? If we got 3 grand diamonds, that would be what, a total of 36 points right there. You see what I'm saying?
Can you pick that grand gem off the ground for me?
Hmm. But see, I have nowhere to slot it.
Yo, yo.
What's going on, bro?
Not much. You got a diamond for me?
I think I used all my. I'm down to one royal. I've got them all grand, but they're all installed.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
one of my tunes can make one royal, and the other one can't make any.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were inviting me for a diamond.
Oh no, I was inviting you to see if you wanted to play.
Um, I regret not getting to play with you yesterday. I am currently helping my friend get Torment 4 ready, so I'm playing on T2 and T3, which I suspect won't be terribly fun for you.
Yeah, no problem. I was checking in, see what you're up to, but hit me up whenever.
Sure. I
All
got
right,
you.
big dog, go get them.
Give me 1 sec. Let me buy from this guy, and then I'll drop party.
No, I'll just drop and I'll be in a new party. You're good.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Okay. You
Okay,
there?
since you've been gone, I've managed to roll 11 resist all on my gloves
Excellent.
on the enchanting. I love you, bro. I know it may not seem that way sometimes, but I do love
I
you.
I I take for granted how easy it is for me to focus on defense. Most offensive players suck at defense, which is one of the reasons I like hardcore so much, is because it gives me a chance to thrive. So I find it effortless to cap my defenses for T4, but not everyone else is of the same mindset. Um, Death Trap has some of the hardest uphill battle to cap their defenses, and because they run Doombringer in Starless and like a perfectly masterworked uniques end up giving you a shitload of power. Prior to that point, it is quite the juggle to maximize that crap.
Mm-hmm. See, like, those grand diamonds are beautiful. Don't get me wrong, and much appreciated for damn certain.
So now all we
But
have to do is farm you the shit to do whatever with them, and we're cooking.
exactly that plus the back, because I can add. I think I can. Can't you add resistance or something on there from tempering? I can't remember.
Only to helm, chest, and legs.
Which are all things that I can't do on this build. So the helm, chest, and legs are all specific, unless you go with a. The only thing I could do would be to take out the Shaco and go back to that other helm that I have in the bank. Where is it?
Is that going to mess up your snapshot though? If you give it, honestly, the Shaco gives you so much.
No. Yeah, it gives me so much. The main thing with the Shaco is the cooldown. And I've already got one masterwork hit on the armor. It gives me 665 armor. With the GA on armor. But the main thing is the cooldown. Part of snapshot, I told you cooldown doesn't matter, and I told you resource doesn't matter. To a degree, they don't, but you do need to have them to a certain point where it's kind of like a precipice. Once you reach the precipice, once you get to it, snapshot's easy. but you have to go over that precipice in order for it to just be continuous, nonstop, no glitches, nothing. Just like I do with Lilith. But there is a point that you have to build up to get there.
Okay, I've been home 2 hours. You've not said one word to me.
I said hi to you when we got home.
So I'm gonna require a little bit of your attention.
Wraith is listening to you, I'm sure, as well. He's trying to get me worked out here.
Okay.
Okay, hold on a minute, Ray. 1 second. I'm sorry.
All good.
I had to explain to her that was an inappropriate way to do things. Not
Well,
5. I'm 55. So, anyway, he just pissed me off. So, back to what I was saying. The helm, where is it? Okay, when I put this helm on, is that it? Yes, it is. So when I put that helm on, I'm max cap on armor. I can change the cold imbue to resist all, correct?
is your snapshot gonna break because of that?
No, snapshot is not dependent upon the Harlequin. Only those 4 items: the chest, the pants, the boots, and the amulet.
So
Like the
you,
Doombringer doesn't mean a thing. None of the other legendaries mean a thing. But there are some benefits to those things, like the Banished Lord Talisman. The overpower. What is it? The bottom section down there. That's part of it with the overpower and the way it returns your primary resource to you. Or was that the boots? I don't know. I'm getting confused at this point.
the only thing is the Harlequin gives you energy. Outside of town, are you at 275 energy? Oh, we're on T4, by the way. Hold on.
I know.
Let's.
Well, you don't need to change it. 1 second.
Okay.
Right now, my energy's at 138. See, that's part of the problem. You got to build up to that point with this character, this class. You got to build everything up and get all your stuff and masterwork it and do the. I think it calls for. Which one of them is it? One of them has resource on it. Maybe saying it. So I think it's supposed to be on the Harlequin. Everything goes on cooldown, but it raises your resource percentage, I think. And there's another one that does it too. I can't remember which one. Well, the Beastfall boots returns 25%, 25 energy every time you're using a cooldown, restores 25. So when I'm snapshotting, it's constantly giving me 25, 25, 25, 25. So there's just so much wrong with this build right now. It's not even funny.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Okay, if I do that, yeah, it's the boots that have the resource on them. And once you masterwork it, it brings you up over 300 resource. That plus the other stuff. And you put everything on cooldown. You want to go run this pit while we're on T4? Go run this pit real quick and get the whisper.
Sure. I'm gonna do 57.
That's cool. So when I put that helm on, that brings me up. Well, it still doesn't max cap me on resource or anything. Definitely max cast me on armor. See, I couldn't. On the other side, it takes. I'm wanting to say 4 boards to really get that snapshot to do the way I do it.
Do one of the boards give you energy? Because if you're getting max energy from one of the boards,
I mean,
Rush,
that's part of it. That's part of it, but it's not just that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like on Bloodwave, you can pinpoint. You need this, and this to make it work. What I'm trying to tell you is, I'm not 100%. All I know is if I take one thing out, if I change one thing from the way I got it set up on the other side, it fucks my snapshot, which fucks my defense.
well, that also means, okay.
I just don't think even max armor and max resistance. I don't think the Rose is tough as you think he is. Whenever that death trap isn't rolling. I mean, that's just my opinion from my observations, but
So it sounds like there's potentially 2 different snapshots going on, and I don't understand yours because I have max energy now. I'm not quite sure why I do.
okay. I got them all to 51. Trust me, I do understand what you're saying, buddy. Like when we're running on the other side, we never have this argument because we're both T4 certified, whatever you want to call it, right?
Right.
And but over here, I started late on this side because I wanted to get the mechanics down so I didn't make mistakes over here and get myself killed. And um, I know you don't agree with that though that philosophy of doing things. That's one of the ways we differ. You want to do both. You do that side to try new things. I do that side to make sure I'm not going to get killed over here. And I learned that lesson from last season. Um, that this side and that side are vastly different. But it also taught me to be cautious when I am over here, extremely cautious. Whereas you're cautious, but in a different way. It's because you know your your necro as well as you do. You know what you can get away with and what you can't. Um, I firmly believe I'm kind of that way too about this build.
Why did I
Um,
not get? Oh, I was Captain Whispers. Oh no, we're gonna have to do another death trap. So I mean, you do have one very good point that you probably are doing something slightly different than, possibly doing something slightly different than other rogues, and I don't know why it. I don't understand why your rogue plays differently, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It simply does. Um,
well, I got it to snapshot last season. I think they did away with that mechanics this season only because they changed the build to get more power out of it. If you look at Mobalytics and you look at D4 and Maxwell, they have different aspects. They have different gem sets for ruin sets in their gear. And if you look at the guys trying to do snapshot the way they did last season, they're not getting it done.
There's some that
The
are. There's a so the one rogue I wanted to introduce you to is Dirk, but I can't introduce you to him if we're only on T3. There's certain, but he's fun to talk to and he knows a lot about Death Trap Rogue, and he also plays Death Trap the same way you do. For some reason, he runs Flurry and he doesn't know why, and he's talked to other rogues about it. Um, and they don't know why either, but it works, and he's an incredibly strong speed farmer.
right. And I grant you that. I mean, um, this community over here is so nichey. I mean, there are a bunch of little nichey groups everywhere. And if you're not on T4, don't even bother trying to talk to me, kind of thing.
He's
Um,
actually super chill. He
that's not what you just said. So
he
you
won't
in
no
T4, he
he
ain't gonna
won't
talk to you.
no he won't play with you if you're not on T4. He will talk to you if you're on T4. There is a nuance there. Whenever he's farming away. He's doing his thing. He is chill, but he's not gonna stop farming T4 for uh, five,
Just
five
step back. I
even 5
understand.
minutes. Just now, if we're farming T4, it's a different
So
thing.
let me just ask you this. Let me just ask you this. Do you enjoy my company?
I do, especially when we're on
Okay.
T4. I can't.
But see,
I
that's a condition that you don't put on friendship. See, that's your OCD kicking in. I need to be on T4. I need us all to be on T4 so I can maximize my time.
not necessarily.
It
I enjoy T4. I don't enjoy T3. Like, and I can't shut that off. It's like asking a fish to breathe out of water.
See, that's where you and I differ. I don't look at it that way. If I mean, like when I run people on normal mode to do pit boost and stuff, if I'm talking to them, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to play this game. Sure, I'm here to enjoy this game. But it's the people I've surrounded myself with, like Tim and James. I mean, James is a little jinky, but Thomas is a bit jinky too. Everybody's got their own quirks, but I find it more enjoyable when I play with somebody. And it doesn't matter if I'm on T1 or T4. I just enjoy playing with them. And there's a lot of times, like, you hear me all the time. What do you want to do? I don't care. We can do horde. I tell you that all the time. But for you to truly get the maximum enjoyment at this game, just like when you play, what was it, soccer you play?
Yeah.
You have to be at the top of your game to feel like you're enjoying it. And that's the way you explained it to me the other day. I was top tier, and I probably could have went to college or played pro, or I forgot what the words were in the conversation, but that was the gist of the conversation that I got. You're one of these guys that if you're not at the top of the game, then you're not enjoying it. That's why you enjoy T4 more than T3 or T2 or T1.
I could piss
and
off.
There's nothing wrong with that mentality. There's nothing wrong with that mentality.
I would piss off the guys in high school varsity soccer, and I hadn't even played the game seriously for like at least 4 years at that point. And I would piss them off because they did regularly, and I would just effortlessly, like, they just couldn't get past me. They would have to pick a different side of the field and hope I didn't make it over there.
But brother, like I said, you have a different outlook and mindset. Don't get me wrong, I was very much like that when I was younger, man. I always, when I played video games, I relished the fact that I was as good as I was. But
so I enjoy helping you out, and I enjoy our time together. But I can't spend 16 hours a day farming T2, T3, T4 with you. I will just go
you don't
do
have
something.
to.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Like in a minute here, after she's done sulking, I'm going to go spend probably half an hour to 45 minutes with my wife, because I made sure she understood that anytime she said she needs me, I'm there, and I've always tried to do that. But the way she came at me today pissed me off. Um, and she understands that. When I closed that mic up, I said the way you did that was rude and it was unnecessary. Anytime she's ever said, "Hey, I need some of your time," that's all it took. I I basically cut off the game and went spent time with her, or I played with her specifically. So,
Do you wanna
um,
set it on T1 and I'll go knock out for Sean really quick before you take off?
hmm
And
a,
I
a lot
learned
of my perspective,
I
Ray, is because I'm older. Like I told you, I'm not, my hand-eye coordination is not even close to what it used to be, and I have to mitigate that fact by doing the things that I do. So, like figuring out how to snapshot a different way than maybe the other guys are snapshotting, um, is just one of those ways I mitigate the fact that I don't have that hand-eye coordination the way I used to.
so
So you wouldn't understand that because you're at the top of your game right now, and you're younger than I am. You
it's
don't
safe, by the
know,
way.
um, you don't know that. I guess you're going to learn that things are going to go downhill. But right now, you're 30 years old, dude. Dude, you know what I would give to have the knowledge I have and be 30 years old again? Oh my God, I would do everything differently. Uh, I really would.
So in some way, fuck. There's layers to this conversation. Um, and I'm gonna try not to get emotional about it. I appreciate that you took the time to explain some things to me. My big frustration is that you would take massive risks with some areas of the game just because you just said, well, if it goes wrong, I'm fucked either way. And as a gamer, that is not true. You do not know. I got pulled into Belial, or sorry, I got pulled into Duriel. My rogue should be dead. I got pulled in. I went to the bathroom. I left a death trap in Duriel's room, or something else glitched out because I was nowhere near the door. I'm a very cautious player by nature. Um, so uh, Duriel targets people.
Mm-hmm.
There is a chance if he targets me, I am dead within X amount of seconds, unless the person in there transitions him fast enough, and then that'll stop. Um, I got very fortunate that Duriel targeted my friend both times. I came in at the very last phase, so two transitions. He targeted my friend, or just ran off. Sometimes Duriel glitches and just goes off to China, goes west off to China, and 5 seconds later you see him from the east side of the screen. You're like, how the fuck did he get there? And that's just what happens.
Yeah.
So I got very lucky. Um, and I probably did get hit by some mechanics, and maybe I didn't. Maybe they somehow missed me, but if my armor and my all res is not maxed in that situation, death is guaranteed. Just because you get sucked into
I agree.
Andy or Beast or Belial doesn't mean death is guaranteed. If you're like your health is at least 10k, and but even 8k, because again, bosses have like tiny AOE abilities that go off that are like, I don't know why the fuck they have them, but they do, and you don't notice it until your resistance and your armor are super low. Um, so like maximizing that stuff, even if something goes wrong, there's a chance that you survive. Versus if your armor and your all res is at zero, if anything goes wrong, death is almost certain.
I know, and that's why you're frustrated why I'm not doing these things to get those up there and sacrificing the offense. Um, I'm just telling you from my observation playing a Death Trap Rogue for 2 seasons now,
Part
they
of it
don't
is
mean
just
as much.
fun.
They don't
You
mean as much.
you just want to play. Part of it is also fun. You just want to play the game. You would rather play on Torment 2 and be able to kill stuff than get carried on Torment 4. Getting carried is only fun for so long.
Exactly.
Which
And trust me, I've leaned on you a lot on the hardcore side last season and this season. I've
it
leaned on you a lot because you can do it. I
so
can't.
So if you just tell me that getting carried on T4, you're bored and you don't want to do that, that's a different discussion than I don't want to max my resist. I don't want to rush it.
But it's not that. It's really not that. Okay, so when I play with you, I have fun because you and I are friends, in my opinion. In my mind's eye, even though we haven't known each other very long, we have a lot of very common ground. We have a lot of things we differ on. And sometimes you want me to change my viewpoint or my way of doing things to match your way of doing things. And sometimes it's frustrating when I'm sitting here telling you I have a different. It's like the old adage: two people sitting in a park, one guy's on one side of a statue, one guy's on the other. They both say that the statue is something completely different than the other person. It takes you going to the other side and viewing the statue from 360 degrees to realize neither one of them were right. But you know, I'm saying my viewpoint may not necessarily be right the way I'm building this, and yours may not necessarily be right the way I'm building this. But what works for you may not work for me. And I have to be cautious about that. I have to always, I'm the type of person I try to view both sides of that statue, walk all the way around it before I make a decision. Um, I mean, I only took 2 deaths last season. One was early after you boosted that character. I mean, it was a stupid thing, but I really only took 2 deaths last season. So, and I count that first because of everything you helped me with, but secondly because of my caution and constantly reevaluating every little thing. Whereas you have your necro, you know that build inside and out. So when you came on this season, you're like, I do this, I do this, I do this, and bam, I'm in the game. I still don't understand the mechanics of why my character does what it does. All I know is it does what I say it does because I've observed it over and over again um, by doing it the way I do it. That's the only thing I can tell you. I've tried different combinations of, gear, ruin words, aspects. Every time I try to change out of this, I can't do what I do anymore. Now I know you're telling me your friend can snapshot. Um,
But my friend
maybe
isn't
he
you, and he is on PC. In all fairness,
and also I've noticed that too because James couldn't get it to snapshot on his PC. Um, I honestly think PC is snapshotting is different from platform to platform, and I think it all has to do with that damn cursor and y'all having a different setup with the way you control the character. Whereas I just hit 4 buttons and move my joystick around, and I'm good. Anytime I want to move, I just use, I use my index finger to, tap on the index button on my right hand, and he jumps around and does what I want him to do. But I know that I've tried to do a startup on the snapshot. There's like a 3 second period where it's kind of building. Um, when it first starts, there's like a 2 or 3 second period where if I try to move from twisting blades before it's built all the way up,
yeah.
I'll lose my snapshot. So, but as soon as it's built up, I no longer need to keep my finger on twisting blades. I go, that finger moves to uh, the dash button, and I use that finger to dash with everywhere I go. But I have to have it has to be built up all the way before I can remove twisting blades from the equation. So,
We
and
should do a
I,
video
I
on that at some point where you showcase your road and the just it could be like a 5 or 15 minute video, but you just showcase your road, you showcase a snapshot. Not quite sure what's going on, but something about flurry and being on console. Probably all like, is it Xbox?
yeah, but
Probably.
I know that the guys on PlayStation can do it the way I do it, but the guys on PC have a really hard time doing it.
Yeah,
So,
I don't even need flurry, but I can do it with dash, and I've talked with other people, and the guy I want to introduce you to, he does he's on console as well, and he's like, I don't know why, but I have to use the skill I used last season, and but I don't have to use it for long. So he does flurry for about as long as you do. It makes it work, and then he's off to the races.
but if you watch your death trap when it's trying to snapshot, there's a build up period when it goes dun 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 dun. There's that 1 or 2 seconds right there that if you take your finger off that the the twisting blades, it breaks the snapshot until it's built up to top speed. It's like once it's at top speed, there's no stopping it as long as you hold the death trap down.
Yeah.
Um, but I've also noticed you can do it with dash. But here's the thing I've noticed with dash because it's such a short period of time. Sometimes it will break the snapshot before it gets built up.
Yeah, I've noticed that too, and I just run away. And
Run away, run away.
um,
Mm.
fortunately, the rogue has enough unstoppables and unhindereds with
Mhm.
between concealment and dark shroud having such a short cooldown that Unless it's like Waller and Silence, and even then that doesn't stop Unstoppable. It's really not that bad.
I'm gonna throw you another bone too. You can snapshot it with Calthrop.
Well, interesting. Without Caltrops or with?
Using Calthrops instead of twisting blades.
So funny you should mention that. I run Caltrops not because I use it a ton, but just because it's a multiplier. It's
Hmm.
CC, and if I ever get to
If you
a boss, it's like an extra multiplier for a boss.
Yeah, but just like with Dash, there's a break between on Calthrop for some reason. I don't know. Like I said, sometimes it breaks the snapshot. Sometimes a lot of times it doesn't. But consistently twisting blades and death trap has always worked for me. And it, like I said, as long as it gets rolling, I can take my fingers off everything else and just hold the death trap button down, and it will continually death trap. But that build up period, depending on how long it is really where it can make or break a fight. So I've tried several times to do other things. I know it works with shadow imbuement. You can snapshot with it. You can snapshot with uh, Calthrop. I've occasionally got it to do it with concealment, but the most consistent one, hands down, has been twisting blades. And I've tried pretty much everything on the damn core skill tree, and all of them to a degree will make it snapshot. Once you reach that precipice with your gear and your Paragon board, and that's when I started trying different things out. How can I increase my damage output by trying different things? But it's always come back down to twisting blades for me. Once I got it rolling for, like I said, 2 or 3 seconds, I can take my finger off of it and work the do the calthrops and do the other things. But I hold those four down: the concealment, uh, shadow imbuement, twisting blades, and death trap. I hold all four of them down together at the same time when I start my my snapshot. And as soon as it gets rolling, I can take my finger off twisting blades. I can take my fingers off the other buttons, but it's that build up period. And I think some of these skills, they have such a short period of time that it's active. Um, it's not enough to get that death trap rolling up uh, to maximum. But and that's the thing about twisting blades, you can hold it down, and either it's going so fast that it doesn't recognize it with the death trap as being a period where there's a stopping point for the twisting blade. It doesn't recognize it, or um, like with dash, when you dash, it's like 1 second, and you'll get snapshot for whatever, however long it manages to do it. And if you hold down the dash button, yes, it will snapshot. If you hold it down and just dash back and forth all over the place to start your snapshot, it will work that way. But a lot of times you don't want to be dashing all over the place. You want to get it started right where you're fighting instead of having to dash all over the place to get it going. I don't understand. It's just something about that secondary skill has to sustain the death trap snapshot long enough for the death trap to get built up to where it's self sustainable.
All right,
So
not to cut this short, but the world boss. It's been so long. The world boss is up at 51 minutes, and if you want to be back in time, you should one set a timer for
I should
49.
stop running my mouth.
You need to go spend wifey time.
Okay. Yeah, I think she's brewed long. She's fumed long enough. I need to go
You, you
sleep
should
for a little bit.
probably apologize and tell her that it was an in-depth conversation. If you give me 2 seconds, I'll tell you who it is. It's a Shava for the next boss, so it's not Wandering Death if you don't feel like rushing back to this one.
Okay. All right. I will be back because I got nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll be playing most of the night anyway.
Okay.
And But give me about 30, 45 minutes so I can go soothe her restless soul. All right, buddy. Later.
Later.
It is done.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
Yo, yo. Yo,
What's going on,
yo.
bro?
What you up to?
I was just kind of testing out what level pit I can do.
What level
But
pick can you do?
I can do. I just did an 80 in about like just under 3 minutes. Um, so that's where I was running. But I'm always down to if you want me to go farming, I can do that.
I am down to do literally anything on T4 right now. If I'm gonna be in pits, I'm going to pick my necromancer, and if I'm gonna be anything else, I'm probably gonna do rogue.
Well, I can do whatever. Let me take a look at. Oh, you got your private profile. By the way, look at mine and look at
Here,
that
I'll take it off
that
real quick.
look at that rune combo. I don't know if I've talked to you since I used it, but Rob's video said he made an indestructible rogue,
With
and um, he did a couple things, and he suggested the proc lack, because that gives you the barbarian's challenging shout, which gives you like a 40. He says a 50% damage reduction, but I think he's wrong. I looked it up. It's 40%, I think. Not to suggest that Rob is wrong about things, but I think he's wrong about that thing.
my understanding is he's not the smartest theory crafter. He's just the most humorous theory crafter.
Yeah, he's pretty funny, but yeah, I mean, the damage on this build is so gratuitous anyway. Like, there's so much damage that I'd rather take a 40% damage reduction. You know what I mean? Like, I could, I mean, I don't know how high level pits you go, but I just did an 80 without too much trouble, and I'm sure I could improve my damage a little bit. If I used a different combo, but being in a hardcore game, you know what I mean? I figured you'd appreciate that combo just because, you also put stacks, points in rugged. That's actually like the true test of a defensive build, I think, is whether you use rugged as a rogue. I also took points out of unstable elixirs just because it's too many goddamn buttons. You know what I mean?
So I was actually talking about that with someone. On PC, we don't really have to spam the other stuff. One sec.
Yeah, like I used that combo that you used. You get the 20% life.
You said you spec out of unstable elixir.
Yeah,
So
I just never remember to do it. You know what I mean?
oh, I got you. If most people on console will rebind potion to something more convenient, which means they have to give up something else.
Say that again.
Most guys on console will bind potion to something convenient, which means you have to give up something else. If you do interact with mouse over or whatever it is on console, like I don't click on the brazier. I usually don't click on the braziers in Undercity. I usually just hit F because that's what I bounded to. So I can click on them without breaking my Dance of Knives snapshot or channel.
Oh yeah, the force interact or something.
Yeah, that's what it is, Force Interact. So usually you have to pick Force Interact or Potion. And like you guys have a limited amount of binds on controller.
Yeah, I haven't bought a modded controller, but I haven't bothered to figure out how to use it. which apparently if you can set it up that if you press one button, it'll execute 2 skills. So like it'll do like caltrops and poison trap. And if you press it, it'll drop one and then the other like a split second later. If you want to do that, but let's see. So you got your galvanized. I use that vehement brawler.
I actually need to equip my Doombringer in my Starless. I just don't know this build well enough to rip the Band-Aid off and do that.
Well, if you had to choose between the two, so I, probably where I got a Doombringer, I put it on, wore it, and then I added the Starless. And then the Starless, I made the mistake of removing galvanized slashers, which then made my death trap cycle a little bit slower. So I got rid of the Starless, and finally I got my, I got advanced enough that I could put the Starless on and the Doombringer on at the same time. Let's see, you got a really nice eyes in the dark. Oh, bro, look at your scoundrels. I'm sure I've got one better for you.
Yeah. The big downside to Starless is that I'm hitting resist cap. Well, honestly, if I just equip my Doombringer, then my resists probably become solved.
Yeah, well, I'm like uber conservative. You know what I mean? Like, which having the Barbarian's Challenging Shout as one of my rune combos kind of says it all. But what's your bottom number on your scoundrels?
28%.
Okay, so I don't know if I can beat that, but I can give you one with a GA on it.
Depends what the GA is. If it's one of the traps, or honestly, even damage reduction against trapped enemies, as long as it's not movement speed.
Do you have your movement speed capped?
No, but I normally just dash. I very seldom.
Me too. I've got a 22 lower on a trap damage GA.
I don't know that I do better with dude, I messaged you 5 hours ago.
I'm just looking through these here. Let's see what I've got a scoundrels. A 25 with a GA on trapped. What did you say your number was?
28%.
All right. If I'll give it to you if you're going to use it. If not, I'll just keep it. But it's a GA on damage to trapped enemies. That goes to 52%, and then the lower is 25. I think that's better than what you got, but it's up to you. I mean, your trap skill can be thrown on a depth.
Sorry, I struggle to hear things. Do you mind?
Oh.
But do you mind linking it so I can just look at it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually kind of sexy. I thought you said 22. Oh, you probably were saying
No,
25.
well, there was been, I looked through, I've got like 6 of these, so I was just looking through, and most of them are, but you can have this one if you want.
Do you know what's better, damage to trapped or trap damage?
I don't know. I think, again, at this stage of the game, all I'm doing is hits in the 80s and T4 content, and then the first tier bosses like Vershawn and Grigor in T4. So I'm basically doing plenty of damage for all of that. So I actually would probably value the damage reduction from enemies affected by trap skills as number one, the defensive one. And then after that, I don't know. I think probably trap damage is better than damage to trapped, just because it's such a higher number. Like even with a GA, you're only at 52%. So I actually don't know. I actually watched a video to try to figure out the damage situation, and it's pretty confusing. Like some damages are multiplicative, some are additive, and blah blah blah. So I mean, if they were equal, if you would double your trap damage, that sounds like that's better than having a 52% bonus against trapped enemies.
So,
It's
sorry. The aspect at the bottom is multiplicative. I think the both trapped affixes are additive, but I think damage to trapped is slightly stronger. That said, um, it's probably close, but I think I don't pit push with this character. I'm not ready to pit push. I would probably just wait to find a 30% aspect with a J on one of the 2 traps.
Let's see. I probably am overdoing it with my movement speed. I always like to have a 200% movement speed, but I think I get that from my shrouds anyway. In fact, I know I do. See how many offsets I have. I'm so broke when it comes to opticites.
I messaged you earlier. I was spamming. I did 5 T4 Undercities, and I was just waiting at the boss for my friend to board in. I'll probably do some more when he comes back on.
All right, cool. I might join you. I'm just sort of, I don't know, I guess I kind of just play the game in phases. You know what I mean? And I need a boatload of opposites. Anyway, do you want that one?
I'll hang off on it.
Okay.
I'm probably just gonna try and find a perfect aspect with the GA. It'll be a bit pricey, but it's probably not worth master like dumping opticite into that.
Yeah. No, I'm the same way. Once you like if you have something that's an improvement over what you have, it's got to be a pretty good improvement before you commit to that opticite cost.
I don't know if you care about gold or not. My friend came over to hardcore, and he's kind of a whale. So if you find any 2 or 3 GA death trap items, and like the GA is non-movement speed, he has several billion gold to play around with per piece.
Okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind. Does he just buy it? Is that how he gets it all?
He clips coupons and passes the savings on to you.
Okay. All right. So what are you guys up to? What are you planning to do?
This, why is this guy still in my party? He's hanging out with his wife right now. This guy was just buying some blood moons off of me. He's not anybody. I'm down to make an Undercity Rhoda, or the two of us can just use our tributes, and whoever comes and speeds it up. I'm gonna need a shitload of Opticite at some point. Also, Grigor has whispers. I don't know if you want to go kill him real quick on T4 or drop it.
I almost never chase whispers like that just because there's so many in the Helltide.
So you're all whispered out.
I mean, it would be such a life improvement of the game if they would put those Raven things up throughout the map, so you don't have to stop what you're doing and run back to the Tree of Whispers. It's kind of a hassle to do that big teleport. I don't know. Why don't we run some tributes? And I actually haven't killed. I don't think it'd be a problem at all, but I haven't killed Grigor yet on T4 with a second guy in there. Why don't we do some tributes, or if you want to bring back your guy and run pits, I can go farm. Whatever suits your fancy. The Hordes is also a whisper, but it expires in 6 minutes, so I don't think we'll get it.
I usually don't chase the whispers for the horde just because it's so time consuming. I usually only do it for the bosses because they're quick. But let's go do some refinement. I need to build up my Opticite stash.
All right, cool. I'll head down there.
Do you want to make it a 4-player game? And at the very least, they'll help us run it quicker.
If you want to, otherwise I can bring in Kala. Either way.
If you want to bring in Kala, we can just keep it at 3.
Okay, cool.
I figured for whatever reason she wasn't running with you because she wasn't in the party.
No, I kind of, I bring her in, bring her out. But yeah, we can let me pop one of these. Do you put in something for the second one?
On the orange and the purple ones, I do. For the blue ones and the yellows, it's what was causing the glitch last season and what's causing it this season. I'll do it for anything that isn't refinement, but it was what was causing refinement to not drop Opticite last season, so I'm fairly paranoid about that.
Then that's enough for me. Anything that causes the glitch is not worth doing it. And we're going to clear through these so fast. I guess that guy left.
It's probably just
Oh, you know what? Did you come in already? I for
yeah.
some reason thought you would. Come on in, or you can port at the end, whichever. Oh no, you're already in there. You're way ahead, so I can see. Yeah, I got a second Shaco with the GA on live.
Nice. So does she cast skills, or she just follows you?
She used to when she was a barbarian. I used to have her do the earthquake with a Bach.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. So she would do that, and then actually I changed it where she would do either don't take damage for 2 seconds, or I think the other one stand still in combat. And then she would drop an earthquake, and I think that actually worked better for her because if she's ever vulnerable, it's because she's standing still. But but I use now. You can tell which one it is. It's that Druid skill that puts up that barrier. Is one of the things, and the second one is she drops a Dark Shroud. I can't remember which one I have. Maybe the box is the Dark Shroud, or this. I think it's also the Standstill. Like I think the Standstill to proc. I can't remember what I have set up with now, but I think the best way was when I had her do the Standstill while in combat. She gets the Druid thing, and then to get the Dark Shroud, she's the other one that says activate something from another class. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the blue thing. In off on just kind of filling things down there, my bad.
You're good.
Yeah, so she just kind of follows me around, and her real job is just not to die. And especially again, like this guy is his damage is so high already. I don't really need to do that much.
Is your guy naked? Are they naked?
I made them both naked, yes sir.
Okay. No, he's only half naked.
He's half naked. Well, I can't. I would, but if you take his shirt off, that it puts on a loincloth and it takes away the naked pants. The only way to make naked pants is if he's got a shirt on.
Okay. I actually prefer the loincloth than have the chest naked.
Yeah, no, I figured I'd just go all naked for fun.
I don't know why I put on the pirate hat, but I do.
Yeah, I think those hats are pretty cool. Sometimes she slows me down when I start walking. Oh, a goblin, bro. Fuck yeah. These goblins are awesome.
Especially for refinement, because all three of us are gonna probably get an extra refinement tribute.
The only danger with this class that we have is just to keep in mind that your shield only stays up for 3 seconds. So if you're ever running, or without or dashing, without dropping death traps, I was actually in the overworld, and one of those rhinoceroses, like the woolly mammoth with the spike on their face, that you find them just south of Saragar. One of those guys charged at me. He was charging and he hit me without my shield up. I didn't take any significant damage, but I did take a little tiny bit of damage. And so that kind of worried me, that if an overworld minion can actually cause any damage at all, it kind of worried me a little bit. Damn, your guy moves quick. Are you just using dash or something else?
I have dash talented for 3, so that I usually don't run out of cooldowns on it.
Yeah, I have that one too.
And so 3 dashes and then a trap resets them.
And I think, by the way, if you think about movement speed, if you have like a 200% movement speed versus a 150, I think that results in, I'm not sure, but these are just guesstimates, but like a 50% movement speed increase probably results in like a 20% experience increase. Just because, the faster you move, the more stuff you can kill. Not as applicable to Death Trap because, yeah, most of the time I'm moving with dash only. But like with Dance of Knives, you know, if your speed is 200 versus, you know, 180, it helps.
Yeah,
And they also should get it. Oh, go ahead.
I try and cap my movement speed on any build that doesn't have teleport or dash.
Yeah, and it's also just a quality of life thing too. Like with my Dance of Knives guy, if you get the movement speed from Dark Shroud, I took movement speed off of my boots to add agility skill bonus. And so when I'm in the, you know, when I'm in combat or in the overworld with my Dark Shroud on, I have 200% movement speed. But in town, I was like 130 or something. And like they really should just give anybody in town 200% movement speed.
They should.
You know, it's just a hassle. Like, you know, you jump to the Tree of Whispers, you know, and felt like he was moving so slow, I would actually just put on a. Oh, is that a faster connection? Because you seem to come through the portal faster.
Possible. Or my
Like
PC might load faster than yours does. Do you have an older Xbox or PS?
No, I actually have the PS Pro. So mine, you know, I have like the $800 version, which doesn't really do much except kind of helps your graphics a little bit. I'm just going to start heading straight to
I dashed into the poison firebomb, and I think they technically exploded on me.
Well, if you got your shields up, it's probably no problem. You know what I mean? Like, but if you don't have your shields up, that could be bad. Then sometimes there'll be a delay in the PlayStation having to follow me.
Oh, that might be what it is. There's a feature on PC where you can only have one version open. If you have two versions open, it consumes 3 to 4 times the resources. Blizzard doesn't advertise it, but they likely do that so that you are not incentivized to multi-box on one machine, no matter how strong it is, or it de-incentivizes botting on one machine. Because like there's so much rampant cheating in this game, they do what they can to discourage it.
Well, now my version, I don't technically consider it cheating because she's in the game. Oops, hang on, let me get down there. I'm gonna port directly to you first before I accept. It's, you know, she has to survive in the game, so she's actually in the game. You know what I mean? Like I don't buy anything like offs, but you know, she and now she's invulnerable. You can start it again, my bad.
I'm going to be honest. If Blizzard knew what you were doing, they would patch it out.
Actually, can I tell you why they wouldn't?
Yeah.
Because they made me buy a second everything. So, like, just from a financial standpoint, they, you know, I mean, they could patch me out, except in order for her to get runes, I had to buy the Vessel of Hatred. So they've made 2 sales with me instead of 1. I actually don't think they would mind.
The problem isn't you. The problem is when the Chinese figure out that they can double their farming for half the effort.
Well, that's true.
So like if the Chinese ever find out what you're doing and start doing it in
Okay.
mass, 100%.
If the Chinese haven't figured it out yet, maybe they haven't, but I'd be surprised if they didn't.
The Chinese are clever, but they steal a lot of what they know about video games from America. Or at least they used to. There was a documentary on it.
Well, I've heard some Chinese guys are already level 300. And if they are, I just almost have to assume that they are having multiple players play the same account. You know, like somebody clocks in for a while and then the other guy clocks in.
They are determined. When they do experience farming on hardcore, they do. Most Americans think that a 60-second pit clear is intense, and you get in a party with the Chinese, and they're doing it in like half that amount of. Well, not half, but like even faster, like 45 seconds. And they just literally. They just sprint to the end. They were doing earthquake farms, so literally the earthquake can kill everything. That's why Blizzard nerfed the build so heavily.
But even still, like that's what I was doing. Like I had a barb. It wasn't like fully optimized, but he was pretty optimized. I mean, maybe he wasn't because I played so conservatively, like he was carrying a grandfather. But somebody noticed and asked me about it. It goes, do you not even cast here? Do you mind if I sell real quick?
Yeah, I need to sell too.
I would, and even with the rogue, I mean, there are limits to how fast you are. I wonder if maybe that gives me an idea. Like maybe when I just start, I'll make a super farm build and I'll put the teleport rune back in to my stuff, and then maybe that'll speed me up enough. But I mean, you know, my guy's fast as shit. Like his movement speed is capped. He's using dash. He's going as fast as he can. And I can usually, like, depending on the map, I can get to the, I can get to the first level, get to the level 2 of the pit in about 30 seconds, depending on the map. But if it's, I just don't know how the Chinese farmers would, because even the barb at 200, because I have my guy at 200% movement speed, and even when he was running pits where he could easily kill everything, I don't know.
A lot of them also play Sorks. Sorks are insanely fast.
Weird, I can't seem to get into this thing. But they're fast because teleport, right?
Yeah. But their teleport is on their evade. And so they literally are evading like constantly while also firing off tons of things. Tons of attacks, so that their teleport from evade is constant.
Well, I think one of the first nights we played, oh fuck, bro, did I go to the wrong place?
You're going the right. There was something in the wrong spot, or all the way to the bottom, so I went and grabbed it.
Okay. I was just standing by. I'm like, wait a second, did I just go to the entrance? But yeah, I'm not sure Blizzard would close it even if they could, just because, I mean, if I owned Blizzard and I'm like, somebody came into my office and said, hey, these guys are getting more mats, but they're buying 2 accounts per person, I'd be like, well, that's really a bad thing. Like she has a BattleNet subscription. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what I really wish Blizzard would bring back the ability to face higher end content early. You know, where you could take a level 1 tune into a capstone, where you could go fight 40 level monsters at level 1 if you wanted to, you know, but they don't do that anymore. I was actually thinking about writing something to them. Because I think Blizzard has trouble, like in this Discord I'm in, they're all pretty much all about to go back to PoE. So I think Blizzard has kind of a hard time maintaining its user base. Not Blizzard, but Diablo has a hard time keeping users late in the season. And by the way, at least bringing up level 0 to 60, Kawa died like 3 or 4 or 5 times this season. I mean, once you get past a certain level, she really doesn't die that much at all anymore, but oops. And I hate this momentum thing, because I always forget to reproc my momentum. You know, you kill the boss, teleport out, and then here, I think it's my turn to put it in.
Oh, okay. By all means. You know, I'm pretty sure at the beginning of the season for a couple days, Belial husks were dropping in Undercity. And with all the duping out there, I don't know why they didn't just leave it in.
What do you mean, duping?
Oh, you can get a stash tab of husks of 100 stacks for like $5 on software.
And that's because people are duping it or farming it?
Duping it.
Well, Diablo 1, you could dupe anything. All you'd have to do is drop it. And how did it work? I think you would drop it, and then you would catch it in the air. And then when you did that, one would fall on the ground, and one would go back into your inventory. So what people used to do is, you know, one guy would stand next to the other and basically, you know, give him max intelligence, and then max strength, and then max this, max that. But that stuff does kind of ruin the game. And the market for boss mats has really gone down. Like, I don't see anybody really buying boss mats anymore. Have you seen that?
I've seen the opposite. People are trying to buy husks and no one is selling husks. Now, no one wants to buy the generic mats because the generic mats are garbage. You don't get the GAs you need spamming the gutter tier bosses. I don't know why I'm
That's too
going
bad.
over here. I'm just tunnel visioning. But like, you used to be able to run like 50 Zer and you would see 2 or 3 GA. Maybe 100 Zer, but you'd see a 3 GA for something. Doesn't really feel like GA. Now, they did do a passover at the very beginning of the season. The bosses did not feel like they were dropping any GAs, and now like Beast and Zer and Marchand all seem to at least drop some GAs, but not on the shit you want. Like, I only seem to get Kaseme GAs from Belial.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, I think I mentioned to you that I was always just paying attention to it for some reason, and I never I never saw a full loaded inventory from any boss that did not have a GA. And I get that pretty regularly now. Well, you know, I'll kill a boss so many times that I'll be totally loaded. And Kawa does not help me with that because I can't have her present during boss fights because I can't, you know, she'll get killed.
Yeah.
You know, if she's fighting Rigor, she'll just stand in the lightning. I don't know. She actually might be able to take it. I don't know.
Maybe. That is Rigor is quite the game. If you can get her past the lightning, she's fine. But because that's the only part of the boss that's actually scary is the intro.
Yeah, and I guess with Rashawn, but I don't know. It just seems like. I mean, maybe I will, but I mean, for her purposes, she really doesn't need mythics. So basically, usually I'll just move her from the game, and then I'll just go down and run bosses by myself or in a party. But I mean, the original reason I started doing this in season 6 because my girlfriend was kind of playing some of the time with me, and you know, and then at one point somebody else said they were doing something like that. So I just added her in the game, and then you know, somebody would run would be doing somebody else is going the boss. I'm just outside. Then Vershawn would drop. I basically get 2 Vershawn drops. You know what I mean? So it's really easy to find super high-end, unique gear for me. And then in season 7, I started toying with the idea of her actually following me through the dungeon, you know, through everything. And I first did it as a bar because those are much easier to make survive. But I actually, at least different phases of the game, I actually find it makes the game a little more interesting because you actually have to pay attention to keep somebody else alive and fight differently. You know what I mean?
It adds a new. Yeah, it adds a new dynamic.
Yeah, like I'll have to, you know, it's a giant like pack with hellborns and stuff. You kill them, like I need, you know, normally you just dash one time and you're out of harm's way, but you got to dash, you know, twice, run a few steps to full Kala.
You know, last season, maybe they just did this as an apology, but there was a chance
Did
to
a chest
get.
not drop?
Oh, I opened the chest. I got Opticite.
Oh yeah, no, okay, mine's all covered up with stuff. I just never picked up all that stuff. What were you saying?
Last season, there was a chance to get 4K Opticite, which doesn't seem to be the case this season. Although they nerfed everything this season. Last season was fun. You could play multiple. Characters. You could gear up multiple characters. I feel like the amount of effort it takes to get one character going, that there's so many people who don't ever want to try and play other aspects of the game because tempering and enchanting and aspects takes up so much brain space and like so much effort. But there's so much layers of fun in this game if you can just explore the classes and like the damage of classes. I'd love to play Bone Spear or Sever and see what it's like, but fuck, I don't want to put the effort into like building a character that can speed farm T3.
Totally. And then the second thing is it's so hard to get items. You know that like it just takes so much effort, it seems like, to get stuff that's workable for your guy. Anyway, you want to go run something else or you want to run some more of these?
Do you want to run something else?
I don't know. I gotta go take a piss, so I don't want to make you wait while I'm doing that. Let me take a piss, and I'll be back in just a sec. I'll hang here. I'll be right back. I mean, if you want to pop one, I'll say yes, and then you just go ahead. I'm just gonna take a quick.
I'll test the waters with Gamba and Boss Mats.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
I'll come back. I'm on T2. It's safe if you want to port in.
I just port to you or just jump in?
Honestly, you could do either, but if you port to me, it'll bring you to the end of T2. If you hop in the portal, it'll just bring you to the entrance of T2.
Okay, I'm gonna pop to you. Yeah, but you're right. They really did. Well, it's supposed to be a big update tomorrow.
Not big enough.
Have you read about it? I don't know if they announce ever what they're going to do until they do it.
Yeah, the notes are out. They're gonna buff a lot of the lower underperforming tiers. I think Quake Barb, Poison Trap, Frost Sword. Basically, like a B tier, Pet Necro, a B tier build for each class is becoming B plus or A plus.
Okay, is there anything else happening?
The rep vendor, you can buy scrolls with Spectral Ash. So if you're overcapped on Ash, you can buy scrolls. It'll give you rep. My concern is that if you're making a new character and maximizing rep, that you're gonna take away the Resplendent Spark cash at the end of the rep thing.
Yeah, that I've done that once, but I never actually finished the tune off. I just felt it was too much trouble. I mean, it's kind of a silly process for the game where you make a new tune and you gotta get power leveled up. Let's see.
I did boss match for this one, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking to see. Okay, so I've got. I mean, these are okay, I guess. I almost never do. Well, I never, you know, so I mean, I'm not complaining. I never farm. I never do anything except for Opticide.
I'll take it.
I was damned.
That's the one resource that no matter what you do, you're never going to have enough Opticide. But you know what I mean? Like, there's a point at which probably in a week, you'll have more gems than you could ever possibly use, and no one will want to buy them because they all have more gems than they can ever possibly use. And but that never happens with Opticide. You know what I mean? You kind of always, even if you're level 300 mid-season or even late season, you're still going to wish you had more Opticide. I, by the way, got another guy to try my little challenge of making a level 1 tune and seeing how high a pit you can clear,
Yeah.
which I think is pretty fun.
How'd he do?
He hasn't quite, I haven't talked to him since he's done it, but he wants to do something so stupid. Like, I guess if you bring in a bunch of whisper boxes, you can level yourself up inside the pit. But I'm like, bro, why don't you just level yourself? I mean, if you're going to run the pit at level 25, why don't you just enter the pit at level 25? You know, why do you? It's kind of a stupid. It's kind of a stupid thing. You know what I mean?
Everyone has to feel like they're creatively breaking the game.
Yeah. You know, I just don't think it counts if you do it that way. At least not to me. You have to be level 1 when you enter. You know, I do allow myself to get buffed by incense by my other tunes. But other than that, no. So they're not doing anything else about equipment drops or anything like that?
Well, they don't
They-
really announce that shit. So like, I've felt the difference in like the boss tables. Like GA's actually drop from the regular bosses now. It's not like they just drop garbage. Well, they still drop garbage. It's just now the garbage has GA. It almost feels like all the S tier uniques still don't have a fixed chance to drop a GA, but like the gutter tier uniques have a high chance to drop a GA when you're in a big boss, which kind of sucks and feels somewhat disingenuous. But they, what sucks is they want Belial to feel relevant. They've made him super rare, and in exchange, people have just figured out how to dupe his mats and just dupe him. Like honestly, you could probably dupe the other boss mats. There's just no profit margin in it.
Yeah, no, well, last season, I made an absolute killing selling boss mats. I mean, 100 million a stack, and I always had stacks I didn't need. I basically, you know, toward the end of the season, I had like 15 billion gold pieces, and I just started just joining games and giving them all away. Have you ever done a thorn build?
They almost never work out in Diablo games.
Really?
They almost never work out. They sound fun, cool, but the couple of times that they've been broken, Blizzard just breaks them so that they're not fun anymore. They're not powerful.
All right, do you want to do like a nightmare dungeon or something?
One sec. My friend is back. Let me see if he wants
Sure,
to.
you can go. You know, anytime you need to drop out to go run with one of those guys, just you know, it's cool.
He needs to farm shattered prisms, and we're struggling to get them. We're going to level up Eldkin for him so he can see them in the merc shop, but he is not able to find them no matter how hard we try.
Wait, you're gonna level up so you can see him where?
Um, every merc that you bring to level 10 unlocks different shit in the shop. Aldkin unlocks gems, runes, and shattered prisms. Cash.
Oh, you mean the den?
Yeah.
Okay. It's too bad you can't transfer opticites.
Or shattered prisms.
Yeah. All right. Do you guys need to downgrade the level at all?
Um,
If so, I'll just jump and we can just meet up whenever.
Draco, you wanna do a couple undercities or you wanna go do some lower stuff? Your mic's not working if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Hey,
What's
What's
going
up,
on?
everybody? Hey, man. Just trying to get this little death trap rogue up and running good. You know how that goes.
They are money once they're working. There's never been a better build, in my opinion.
I would agree with you, hands down. Right now, I just started this guy yesterday, so he's got a long way to go. But on the other side, I'm at like 254, something like that, and he is rolling.
Well, I just took a look at him, and obviously you want to. Can I make a couple? You want to hear just a couple quick suggestions?
Sure.
I would take off that Banished Lords. I mean, the only thing you need for Death Trap, like you will want to add that, and that's actually a fantastic one. That's like, I wish I had that one. But in order to make the thing work, you have to just cycle your Death Trap over and over again. So you're going to need Death Trap reduction, cooldown reduction on both rings, and that won't get you there unless you have maybe with your Shaco that you have your cooldown reduction. But if you add just a regular legendary amulet, you can put cooldown reduction on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then between the three of them, that might get your death trap down to like 10 seconds, which is, I think, really where you want it. I think you can run it at 15. But, you know,
Okay.
and then once you masterwork your Shaco, and like if you look at my build, like I triple critted, like I couldn't use the Doombringer and the Starless for actually like a long time. I could use the Doombringer pretty much right away, but to give up my second ring,
Yeah.
you notice
I
I've got a
understand.
triple crit on Death Trap cooldown reduction. So I think you'd be up and running faster if you just didn't try to do the Talisman. That'll take away some of your damage, but you're doing so much damage already, I don't think you really care.
Well, on the other side, on the soft core side, I'm up and running over there. I solo Lilith on Heart on T4. I literally walk out in the middle of the room and just snapshot death trap until she's dead.
Yeah, no, and that's you'll be doing that here too, probably. I'm just saying, like I was started building this thing for like 3 days, and then I'd put all my stuff back on with the armory, and then I'd go out into the world and find out that my death trap had a delay. I took it all off, put my Dance of Knives back on, and then finally, when I was able to do it.
Right.
But anyway, well,
Yeah.
I'll jump. You guys do your thing, and why don't we all meet up later?
okay, sounds good.
All right,
Nice
guys.
to meet you, Alec. I appreciate
Nice
it,
to
man.
meet you too. All right, we'll talk later.
Later, bud.
Sure.
Okay.
So,
I exactly the same thing you said. I know before you even started on me.
I'm not even going to start in on you. What tournament you want to do?
Brother, as far as I'm concerned, we can do. I've got another 200.
Oh, should I go?
Husk.
Should I go get Blood Wave?
We can do that. I thought I had more than that left over from. Did I put them back in my box? Yeah, there they are. I thought I had 3 stacks. I do have 3 stacks. So that just makes me the wealthiest man on the server, right? 3 stacks of husk. I'm wealthy. I was rich, bitch. Like Dave Chappelle shows. Yeah, I know exactly what we talk about. I have a different way of doing my progression. That's just me. So me, I focus on the main 4 pieces and getting them at the very least 2-star on the right. Because each one of those pieces to me, there's at least 2 on there that if I got GAs with a good bottom number, I'd be in great shape. So, but that's just me. But I do understand what both of y'all are talking about. And right now,
He actually taught me something because um, there's apparently a breakpoint with Death Trap at 15 seconds and 10 seconds. I'm at
mm-hmm.
14 seconds, and after I get my momentum stacks, I never seem to have an issue
And
again.
it's core skill. That's what that Banished Lord talisman. See, he's talking about changing the talisman, but really and truthfully, if you just triple hit on the core skill, that will bring you down below the threshold. That's what I was trying to tell you.
So wait, extra levels on core skill
That's
over
mm-hmm.
the cooldown?
Yes. Every time you add more levels to any skill, that has a cooldown, it lowers the cooldown. See, let's see. See if it says. No, they used to tell you what the next level does on these skills, but it doesn't now.
They do until you're maxed. They're not gonna do it when
Oh.
um,
Well, let me show you. Okay, so I'm at my cooldown right now is at 25.9, right?
yeah.
Okay, so if I go over here to the masterwork, and he is right, I do have a nice Banished Lords. I picked it up while we were running Belial. That's why I said running Belial, I think, is key to making this go faster with getting the gear that you need and getting the whole thing rolling. So let me see if I can get I said it was what, 25.6? If I can get another hit on it. Come on, just hit it on core real quick so I can blank. Let me see. All right, now I got it on core. So I got a +4. It lowered it down to 25.5. So, but let me see. That's not including all the other cooldowns. So when I come out here and I hit Death Trap, it should be, yeah, the counter starts at 15. So all the cooldowns brings it down. I'm at 15. So, but adding more points does adjust that value on the skill itself but it doesn't take into account like if I were to bump a Harlequin. Let me change this real quick too, and I'll just to confirm what I think is absolutely correct. But if I can get okay, cooldown reduction on the Harlequin, and take it back outside, and let's see if it does what I think it's going to do. Started out at 13 this time, so that dropped it 2 seconds. Just that one bump, or two bumps, I should say. Hello,
Hello, I'm listening.
you must be typing.
I'm plugging my YouTube channel in trade chat.
So if it were me, and I know you're looking for stuff for me, if let's see,
You want Blood Wave? We can go farm some Belial. Daddy needs a new Kaseme.
um, where is it? I know it's on one of these pieces. The I guess the best thing I think I could get for these boots would be my my boots with a max GA on cooldown and max resource and a great bottom number like a 0.65 instead of a 5.5. But so I put the old boots on, which has the GA on. The reason I changed the boots was because the bottom number was so atrocious. It's only 0.35 out of 0.75. It's like half. But I do have a bump on that cooldown as well. And brought me down to 12 seconds. Anyway, we can do whatever you want, buddy. If you want to do Belial, the two things that I really need the most is Belial and Pits runs. Getting those levels up so I can open up more of my board and get those cooldowns even lower, or better gear, or both.
Okay,
Whichever you want to do.
give me 1 sec to sell these blood moons, and then we'll go do some Belial.
Well, let me clean my bag out.
Oh, good God, he has not unlocked this difficulty yet.
Who?
The guy I'm about to sell these pants to.
Would you like a little observational, whatever you want to call it?
What's up?
So last season, the higher your level, whether it was T1 to T4, or even from normal, you got more XP, right?
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, yes, I agree. There's more, but I was doing normal all the way after we got done the other day because I didn't have any skills in or anything. So when I put my skills in and everything and started running them today, I was getting really good XP off normal. I don't know why, but I was.
Well, you're
Just
probably,
running those incursions. I made a ton of XP. I must have got 3 levels just running incursions.
interesting. I'll be right back. So I wonder if they just bumped the EXP from incursions, or if incursions just naturally give a lot. Were you doing whispers with them?
No, I was out there hunting for my powers. Remember, my boss powers. So I went and did incursions, and each different incursion has a different boss. I think I don't know if they rotate or switch, but I try to every time there's an incursion, I try to pick one that I hadn't been to, an area.
Oh, that's actually an interesting observation. I don't. I don't have the answer to that, but that's actually a really good hypothesis.
Okay, so here's what I noticed because so they got the one down in a couple of them down in Natusi or whatever it is, and
Uh-huh.
they have them in different areas. They have them in different areas, but they're always the same area. So I'd hit one, and a couple of times I forgot if I hit that particular area, so I went and did it again, and it was the same boss as the time before. So basically, I'd pick another area when the incursions come up. Um, and To my knowledge, I know like the one that looks like a rhino, he forms up here and down there on the same. I think they rotate them sometimes, but they are kind of specific to an area.
All
Is
right.
that,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my journal.
mhm.
Okay, Matt.
So what I'm trying to say is, I didn't run them enough to say, yeah, these three bosses spawn here, and it's more this boss spawns there most of the time, but occasionally it's this boss. But I did notice I had to go to different locations in order to get all of them, and I think I did it all in like 12 incursions or something like that. But I got 2 levels out of that, even being over 100 on my XP on my Paragon.
Were you
So,
also handing in whisper caches?
hmm so my thing was I was focused on just doing incursions. I didn't do anything else except for turning in whispers. So I'd come back over here, turn it up to T4, turn in the whisper, come back, turn it back down to normal. But normal level, I got like 2 levels just doing those 12 incursions. It may have been more or less 12, but roughly 12. That's actually not bad considering the incursions only, it's only like 2 or 3 minutes to do one.
If you're able to speed farm it, absolutely.
Well, on normal level, I was because all I had to do was hit death trap or even caltrops. I was using caltrops because my death trap wasn't working quite yet, and it wasn't uh, it wasn't catching and sustaining the snapshot. But anyway, my point is, um, even on normal level, I was getting great XP, in my opinion. I would have thought at level 100 Paragon, I would be getting minuscule amounts of XP, but I was actually getting quite a bit.
Um, sorry, I'm making notes in my notebook right now.
Again, this is observation, not empirical data. So
I'm making tables so that when I go to gather the data, I can compare it. Um,
I did today. I did like one or two nightmare dungeons. I did all the incursions. Um, and uh, after all that, after I got those levels, I went and started doing some pits. I started out at like level 5 and worked my way up till I'm where I'm at now. So
okay. There's actually a lot more incursion places than I realized.
mm-hmm.
Um,
But I will tell you one thing. I knew there, like I was telling you earlier, there's a precipice where it goes from not being able to snapshot to being to snapshot. I didn't know it was the cooldown timer. I didn't know that. I just knew there was a point where it went from not being able to being able to.
uh,
So
I
he,
I didn't know that. Well, I sort of knew of it, and sort of fiddled with it, and I noticed that as I got my cooldown lower, it felt better, but I didn't know
hmm
it quite so definitively.
but he definitely put his finger right on it. I couldn't, like I told you, I couldn't tell you when it happened when you crossed that precipice, but I knew it was there at some point in the build. It just goes from not being able to being able to be sustainable. But that does make sense. Dude, I gotta go try to get a double hit on that Shaco. While I mean, I got on there already. Just got to. I think I got. No max life. I'll have to rework it later. I'll take the max life for right now. Hmm. Yeah, that Shaco and that Doombringer changed it up a little bit, and the fact that I changed those rings.
Do you have mats for Urbar? He has whispers.
I got bats for pretty much everything because I haven't been using them.
Okay. Let me go clear that place out. Do I need to? Do you want me to clear out everything, or can I just clear the necessary areas?
I would say clear out as much as you feel comfortable. I'd clear it all out, but that's just me.
Okay.
So. Can we do a beast in the ice or a Gregor?
We could do several. Do you want just one, or do you want several?
Just for the achievement, so I can not. It's 12.
Which it's safe, by the way. Which achievement are you talking about?
Boss power.
Ah, okay. Oh, to obtain it.
Yes. Like I said, the only one I need for this build at this time, you know how they are. Next week they may change up that you need Gregor instead of Wandering Death. So.
Okay.
I'm getting the hell out of here.
Okay, I'm opening the chest. No Belial.
Oh, we get out before he gets in.
Alright, Beast in the Ice.
No, Gregor.
Grigor.
Not the electric boy.
He's electric.
Electric boy. I gotta go to we're on T4, right? Yeah. I gotta go whisper real quick. I gotta go whisper.
Oops.
I don't think it's gonna matter. But you were asking if I was doing whispers too whenever I did the incursion thing. I may have turned in 1 or 2 whisper caches during that period.
Because incursions almost always have whispers. It's not guaranteed, but
Especially on normal mode.
it's on all modes. They have an insanely high chance of whispers.
But I do remember I got whispers sometime and then not some of the other times. So I think if you do them like back to back in a short period of time, like I was doing them, they're like when I go do them, I'd get a couple of whispers and then they kind of went away when I did the same one again. It's not empirical data; it's just observational. So.
Alright, safe.
But I hope you understand. Like I said, if it's just someone carrying me all the time, yeah, I want to play the content too. But I understand. Shit, I went to the wrong place. I went back through my portal. 1 second. I just always feel bad when someone has to carry me. So, but I understand why you do it and why I do it. So. And the only conclusion I can come to is I do it because I enjoy playing with people. So.
Can you wait to open the chest? I need to go get some steel.
Okay. I brought enough for both of us.
Oh, well, you want to drop some?
Mm-hmm. I brought 24 with me just in case you needed some.
Oh.
I think about others. There you go.
All right.
Okay. Absolutely nothing in there for me. No GAs at all. NC batteries. So the only thing I got left to do is Andy and Wandering Death for my boss powers. That's it. Just those two.
I probably have enough to go do Andy on T1.
What, Matt?
To survive her being stupid.
Well, let me grab a cute doll or two. Got 22 of them. Do you need pincushion dolls?
Trust me, I have more cushion dolls than I could probably ever use. Sorry.
Oh, get it.
Sorry. Ah, fucking Endariel. Such a dumb fight.
Put these in here just in case. You know, I played with you guys so much last season. Y'all got me into the same habit on the softcore side, putting materials and stuff away that you wouldn't want to lose.
I actually will go into my stash on softcore looking for my materials, and I'll be like, why the fuck? why aren't there any in here?
I think it's kind of funny that we do that shit.
Okay, should be safe.
Okay. I'll make sure I don't have too much of anything. Okay. Got my ruins out of my bag. Got my mats out. Okay. I know it's an extra step every time you have to do that shit, but better safe than sorry kind of thing, you know?
Absolutely.
These husks are going for like 35, 50 million each. It's crazy.
They're going to continue to go up in price. I may have helped drive that price up. Okay.
Did you influence some shit that you shouldn't have influenced?
I just advertised that what people would try and buy them for 15, and I would just be like, no, I'll do 20. People try and buy them for 20, I'd be like, no, I'll do 25. People try and do 25, I'll do 30.
Okay, so you're saying the inflation is your fault?
Is supply and demand, and when I get a certain way, I get a certain way. All right, I'm starting her, and even though it's 2-1, I will need focus.
Gotcha. Fight it in.
God damn. Okay, she's dead.
See, I knew you could do it.
It's okay. So
You'll kill like that.
the problem is her beams don't always sync up. So sometimes they almost cut you in half, and it feels so much easier on softcore because I know I can't die.
Yeah.
Oh,
Everything's
and
easier on softcore, that's for damn sure.
and even though my health really didn't move, and I probably could have beaten both abilities. Ugh.
Much thanks.
Because the
Well-
only thing I got left is Wandering Death.
We need to go do Beast in the Ice now.
Okay.
I'm grabbing some of my fears.
As am I.
Okay, so do you want to do all the Belials on that character, or do you need to farm Sparks? I don't remember where you are on Sparks.
So I used the last 2 sparks I have. But I still have both those hounds I can scrap if I need to. For my my Ring of Stars. The only thing I'm missing for the Ring of Starless. Remind me, did we do that for my Necro on this side?
It's been so long since I've touched your Necro. I have no fucking clue what it has.
It's been like 2 days.
It has been more than 2 days.
No, I didn't start my Necro till this like 2 or 3 days. This weekend, I think, is when I started.
On Friday? Because it's now
It just
Tuesday.
seems longer. It just seems longer. It's just the way you put it. I have not touched your Necros in days or whatever. Such a long time.
I haven't touched your fucking Necro in like 3 hours. It's safe to port to me. By the way, Beast was doing something weird, so while I will probably one-shot him, I've never seen his graphic go through the wall so much, so this, you'll probably want to stand right here. You could stand there. The graphic was like right here. Like his little stormy shit. I was honestly surprised at how far out it went.
So basically, if I see anything strange, run away.
No, don't wait to see anything strange. Stay on the wall. Boom, one shot. I told you nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. These little like red missile-looking things.
You should not see any red missiles out there.
I did.
It was his storm cloud. If I don't kill him and he transitions, his storm cloud goes past the safe wall. You're gonna leave
2 extra. I only had 10 fear.
Oh, let me go get 2 from town.
Seeing as he drops my boots, maybe I get lucky and hit a 4-star. Or maybe he'll drop me a Ring of Starless. Almighty Diablo 4 gods, I'm praying to you today because I need boots or a Ring of Starless. Can you hook a brother up?
There you go.
Okay. They did drop me a tempering manual, but that's all they dropped me. Not a single GA between any of these 4T bosses. Not one fucking GA. See, that's why I prefer Belial. Belial drops you all kinds of GAs, even if you don't want them.
Equitable transaction.
What's left, you lads?
I'm up to 14,000 in health. My armor is at 868. And how is this possible? What's going on here? Am I buffed?
Oh, hey, remember how you said if you were 30 again, you'd do things differently?
Oh, most definitely.
Well,
It is done.
remember how I told you that I moved out early and the first years of my adulthood were a struggle?
Mm-hmm.
I'm I have an internal timeline in the same way that women have a biological clock. Um, I am not planning to take um, just because I'm not working right now doesn't mean that I can accomplish nothing in that period of time. I want to, as much as I can, maximize my time in Diablo 4 because um, I have a lot of other projects that I want to work on, and I have to have a job figured out in about 4 months. I might extend it by 8 months, but every time I extend it, um, I'm causing financial harm to myself. So if I make that decision, I still have to have results. So I do have a couple of pathways to get there, but I'm currently taking time. I haven't really been exercising like I normally would because I've been taking Diablo 4 so seriously. And I would need, I need and I want to start spending like a good portion of my day exercising. My apartment is a bit of a mess, so cleaning up, decorating, making my space a little bit more presentable for a stream. If I want my stream to be successful, I have to put a ton of time into creating a polished product, which my product is very rough. And I make up for it in information, but when I'm competing against people like Rob may not be. Rob probably gets most of his information from his friends. He's not finding it on his own, but like he can afford to cut corners because he has a very fun personality to hang out with. He has insane production quality. A ton of time has been put into creating the graphical design and the video polish. And so when someone comes and looks at my product, they're not gonna take anything I have to say seriously because my apartment doesn't look that great. Um, I am not as bubbly and effusive as Rob is, and like I don't
I
have as many
disagree on that.
sparkle. I don't really well.
I disagree. If you look, one of the reasons I like you is because of your personality. You have a very upbeat. Sometimes it's a bit forceful, but you have a very upbeat. The way you speak is it draws you in. It keeps you focused on your voice. I can't listen to too much Rob. Um, because he's a bit of an asshole. B, because his accent I find very difficult to understand, and that's because I'm tone deaf. So I explained to you I can't distinguish between an A and a G when you do it on a piano, right?
Yeah. Oh, you never told me that, but okay.
Okay, so I'm tone deaf. It's hereditary. My grandmother had it. When I was in elementary school, they did a musical, uh, what do you call it? A test to see what my musical abilities were. Um, and basically, some guy sat at a piano, and everybody in the auditorium had a little test, answer sheet, or not answer sheet, but a little test, and you would fill out what you heard based upon what he played and what they told you to answer. On did you hear this, this, and this? Can you how many notes did he just play? How many different notes did he play? And obviously, I did very poorly on that test, and that's how we found out I was tone deaf. But let's say I use uh, these headphones that cover my ears, not because they're great headphones or because um, whatever. I use them because it drowns out all the background noise. So let's say you were sitting in across from me, right, in this room, right,
Hmm.
and the AC were to come on, I would find it very difficult to understand. I could hear you. The volume level doesn't change, but because of the background noise, what you're saying to me starts to become more garbled. I can actually read lips to a degree. So like when my wife's in here and we got the TV going, she knows she needs to look at me, get my attention before she talks because I read lips. Not like I'm not a lip reader. Don't get me wrong, but I match it up against what you're saying. It's easier for me to understand what you're saying because what I'm hearing, it sounds more like this. This is what it kind of sounds like. That's what I hear,
From
even though the
me,
volume level hasn't changed. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
Um,
So I have sent you my video, one of my videos. If you like it and subscribe to it, that will one help my channel. And if you leave them playing in your background, I will get view credit for my videos, and they'll start as I get more view credits. They will start to circulate into. Um,
okay, so for a man that is 30 years out of date on keeping up with all you crazy youngsters, what does leaving it in the background mean? Leave it in the background on my phone or leave it in the background when we're playing the game and whatever and you
so
can hear it?
your phone or your computer, you just play my video, mute it, and it's playing. And if you the longer you watch it, the more it generates positive reception for me.
Okay. I will try to make sure I'm playing. I'm opening it up and have it going in the background.
You don't have to listen to it, but you can. And if you want to give me feedback, by all means.
Am I featured in this video or not?
Probably not.
No, probably. That's all I get is probably.
You're fuck. I
Dude,
don't.
don't you know who your fucking actors are?
Well, they're unpaid. Why do I
Hmm.
care? Well, they're unpaid in cold hard cash. They get
I-
paid other ways.
I'd like to try a theory if you don't mind.
What's your theory?
So let's go run one pit on T4 or whatever you feel like running. Doesn't matter.
Are you
Actually,
coming?
I'd like for us to run a couple, and I want to get my progression bar as close to zero as I can, and then let's go run incursion,
Okay. Um,
and let's see what the difference is. I'm just curious, and we can get a rough idea of how long it takes. I was doing the incursions and with literally nothing right.
I'm
Um,
gonna crank this to an 80.
okay. Boy, people trying to sell the fuck out of them 4GA flicker steps. I must have seen 6 different people with them today.
Oh, that's a perfect one. That's
Yeah, but it doesn't work with any build. I mean, not directly. I mean, it's more like of an indirect route. At least I don't know of any build that calls for the flicker steps.
that
And
I
I am.
that
Go ahead.
argumentative trait of mine I get from my mother. Both of my parents are Russian, German, Polish, and Scotch Irish. So there's a lot of stubborn Eastern European in me that just does not give a fuck.
And you motherfuckers do love to fight too. God damn.
Oh, dude, growing up with my
Y'all are worse
parents,
than the Irish. I'm telling you, the Russians and the German, boy, y'all are worse than the damn Irish when it comes to fighting. Let's fight. Come on.
well, when I'm Scotch Irish, yeah.
I had a friend, Keith Palsy. He was Scotch Irish by descent. And man, that boy, he would literally drive across town to a rival school just to get in a fight because the motherfucker called him an asshole or something. It just,
You know what's funny is I had an epiphany about a year ago that my mother was German and Russian, and I was like, that I don't have to say anything else. That literally explains my entire personality and my childhood to a T. And I would just start telling people that, and they're like, "Well, I believe that. That explains everything." And I'm like, "Yeah, it really does. It that like Russian Russian mothers are just built different." the other day, my dad was like, I want to go to bed. And she's like, well, I'm not tired. We're finishing this fucking episode. And she was pissed. She was pissed. It's like, I'm like, bitch, you don't even work. He has to be at work tomorrow. And she's like, nothing serious. And it's like, she would be the same way with me. And I would just be like, no, I'm fucking going to bed. But, like, I would not like to stay up late on the weekend. Well, no, I would not get up early on the weekend. And she wouldn't understand that. And I was like, I'm not built like everyone else is. I have to have 8 hours of sleep every day of the week, or I am off. And whenever someone would cause noise and wake me up, it would ruin half of my week. I spend half of my week at work just off. And like, it fucking sucked.
Okay, on that one, I got basically one level, not quite one level altogether for the whole run. So, if you go, the bar goes by tenths on those little hash marks, right? 1/10.
Oh, you can't see how much EXP you are per level, can you?
Mm-mm. So,
Oh, those hash marks. I didn't even see that they existed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11. So each hash mark is about a tenth of a level.